We're about to start here in a minute. We're just waiting on the mayor to step back in the room as he's walking in now.
Okay, we're ready to roll. So now then we'll pick up where we left off with Zach Cook. Whew, it's cold outside.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. This is the legislative update, correct?
This is your legislative update, Zachary Cook.
Yep. So, I think I'll just start by explaining what has happened over the last few days since the opening day, which was Tuesday, January 19th. So we're in day 7 now of the first session of the 55th legislature. And it is, based on everything that we've been going through in the state and the country and the world with COVID, it is a completely different environment up there. We opened up on Tuesday without any of the usual pomp and circumstance. There were, I counted that day, maybe 30 actual representatives in the chamber, and a few staff there on the podium. I didn't see anybody in the gallery, and the reason for that, of course, is that the building's closed down to the public. The governor, I understand she's going to give a state address maybe today or tomorrow, but she wasn't there. And there were, the Speaker of the House during his remarks mentioned that there were some, he mentioned some of usually in the room is the Supreme Court justices, Court of Appeals justices, even district court judges, and then former governors, former lieutenant governors, and all that. And there are all the introductions and all that stuff. And just none of that occurred. It was very, unceremonial. We all stood up and took the oath of office, and then actually not until yesterday I was there, and one of the sergeant at arms was walking around getting our signatures on our code of conduct or whatever it is that every 2 years that we've got to sign. So it's just a completely different environment. I learned yesterday that there's been some directive issued that the representatives and their staff not the representatives, but the staff who work in the annex, which is the building that's connected through not a tunnel, but a hallway that goes over to the Secretary of State's office. There are a lot of representatives' offices over there. There's been some sort of directive that staff in that building are not allowed to come over to the main building, which, is not very conducive to getting much done for the representatives that are over there that rely on their staff members to help them with bills or analysis or anything like that. And then, so we had the opening session on Tuesday. I think we were there maybe an hour, and then I packed up and came home. And I think a lot of people did that. A lot of people were already home, of course. And then there was just a break in the action. Usually there's always the social stuff, which it took me a couple of years to figure out that that's all part of the process as well. Those evening cocktail parties and dinners and all that, just nothing there. In fact, I don't believe I've seen one lobbyist, and I haven't been up there for the whole week, but I've gotten some texts and phone calls from people, but it's just very strange, and I don't know really how to analyze it and to report to you guys, but except that I know that you've all been in situations that it's all weird. I mean, beyond the plexiglass that we're all looking at each other through and the masks and everything, but they did put plexiglass in between the representatives and spend a whole bunch of money on that. Hopefully it'll maybe prevent some spread of the virus. I don't know.
Apples me there. I just saw here nearly or neighborhood of $2 million.
That was all, I wrote that. That's hearsay. I haven't seen the actual bill or anything, but that's what people were saying that cost. And, the social stuff isn't there, and we broke, and I think maybe some committees met last week. I'm trying to think. It was Friday that the Rules Committee met, the House Rules Committee. And so we had a very long debate on some proposed rule changes that were intended to accommodate our procedures, around the COVID virus and all the protective measures. And it was a straight party line fight. There were numerous amendments to the proposed bills, and the majority party agreed to one minor change, but they opposed all other things. And I think that, being a member of the minority party, and I don't want to get too, partisan here, but we were arguing more for, transparency and openness in what we're doing. And our interpretation of the rules was that it was just a further violation of people's rights to, participate in the process and transparency and all those things. But we lost that fight. And then yesterday on the House floor, it got out of committee obviously on Friday. And then on Monday, we had a hearing on that on the House floor that the debate lasted 3 hours. And it was a lot like the committee hearing. We attempted the same amendments and lost on all of those. And well, no, I take it back. They did at that point agree to one amendment. And so the layout or what you see when you're there is that, at least for the first 2 days that we've been on the floor, is all the Republicans are on their side. The Democrat side is essentially empty. And then you have the screens up here, where you've all seen them. And it's just a grid of all of the other faces that are out there in virtual land participating in the legislative session that, which just adds to the strangeness of it all. And, I don't know how it's going to shake out legally or anything else. I mean, our interpretation of the Constitution is that the session shall be held in the seat of government, which I believe that's in Santa Fe in the Capitol building. Other people disagree with my interpretation, but, it is what it is. So that's the way we're proceeding. And I think most of the Senate and House committees have had their organizational meetings, and they're actually already hearing bills. There were committees besides the Rural Committee, I think committees met yesterday. And I know I had one committee today meet that is, hearing one bill, and that's unusual too, if I recall from the past. Those committees are very slow to start, slow to maybe have an organizational meeting the first week, and then maybe start hearing bills in a 60-day session by week maybe 3 or so. So I don't know, it's all in the hands of the majority party who control both chambers of the legislature and the governor's office. And obviously they're not inclined to tell us what their plan is, but I guess we'll just see how it develops. And then I think also I listed some of the bills. And what I did there is last Thursday evening, if you go to the website, nmlegis.gov, you can do a search for legislation through, I tried to do it, there's an option to do it by subject matter. I think it's too early in the game. They haven't started separating that way, but you can do it by keyword. And so I just tried to pull out some things, and I haven't read all of these bills. It looked like they may be of interest to municipalities, so I wanted to put those in there. Yep.
Just real quick, do you mind, Mayor?
No, go right ahead.
What about, I heard that there was a bill being presented about each individual school district. This bill would allow each individual school district to figure out if they wanted to open or not. Have you heard anything about that?
I heard about some bills that were intended to open the schools back up. And my guess would be that if those bills remove any sort of authority from the governor's office, they won't make it.
Okay.
But we'll see.
And like the mayor was talking last night, and I personally think that the governor has done a nice job keeping us safe. But on the other hand, I don't totally agree with everything. There's other states that have totally opened, and yes, they had a rash of COVID, but it seems like they're kind of leveling out now. Do you think there's any way that the legislative body can convince her maybe to go a different route?
I heard talk in the last couple of months that there were some legislators who intended to introduce bills that would amend the Public Health Act, which is the act that the Supreme Court ruled was essentially gave her all the power in the world to do what she's doing. So there was talk that they were going to try and pull back some of that power. That would require a bill that would require a majority of the majority party to sign on to vote for, and then it would require her signature instead of her veto. And what I've seen of politicians, they're not real keen on giving away their power. It's already been, the Supreme Court already said that she can do what she wants to do. So
I know.
And who knows? That would require that the majority party actually support the bill, and I don't know that's their political will.
Yeah, that's old Greg Nybert's.
Yeah. Yep.
So my question is, do you still get full per diem if you don't go?
I don't know.
I'd like to know, because some inquiring minds have asked.
Yeah.
If you don't go and you're at home, do you still get paid for your hotel room?
I was thinking the same thing,
I don't know, that's just a tightwad in me.
Yeah.
But, and I think y'all need to look up some of these, because like the New Mexico Civil Rights Act, you need to understand what it's actually about. It sounds great on its face. We all believe in civil rights and whatever, but the Healthy Workplace Act's another one. Paid sick leave, you need to look at that one.
Yeah.
For every 30 hours, you get an hour.
Cost you $15 now.
Yeah, plus $15. Huh?
What is that?
What?
Paid sick leave?
For every 30 hours you work, you get 1 hour. And so, it's just, they're just putting more onus on the business person. The small business.
Mandatory for the businesses to offer it. However, many businesses have a different calculation, and now doing 1 hour for every 30 hours adds a whole host of complications of calculating time. We just do it when your anniversary comes, you get a week or 2 weeks, or depending on how long you've been there. So now having to calculate it out, and it's up to a maximum number of hours.
Zach, do you know you've got that liquor delivery and licenses. You know what they're talking about doing away with the liquor licenses?
Not specifically, but I have heard people talking about that there is some legislation has been introduced or is being drafted that would put a significant dent in the value of people's existing licenses. And I haven't read the bill, but I know that there are a lot of people.
I'd be pretty unhappy if I just spent $600,000 or $700,000 on one.
Or you had one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just curious how they were going to do that.
Well, if you have what they're saying is if you have a restaurant and you have a beer and wine license, you can buy an additional liquor license to serve liquor by the drink. But that also you can deliver alcohol with your food. So there's several different.
But you couldn't do package, I don't guess.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand is you'd think that it would be the package stores that would be doing the delivering, at least in my mind.
But New Mexico has a huge DUI problem, so let's not have them go drive to pick it up. Let's take it to their house so they can get drunk there.
Oh, we've already got the high suicide rate in town. Let's just grease those wheels. But, I think that it's not a big deal to me. I mean, I think even though I'm in control of one of the biggest, oldest licenses in the state that has the canopy, the liquor by the drink, and the package components all into one, I've always thought it was archaic the way it's set up,
Oh, it is. It's not going to matter. They're all going to be smoking marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, liquor's going to be a thing of the past here before long. But the Broadband Access and Expansion Act, I'd like to understand, did a little bit more. The Sustainable Economy Task Force, I don't know what the heck. When they're talking about task force, I always get nervous.
Well, the thing with that I've noticed looking through House bills and Senate bills, titles always look very intriguing, and then you read the details, and it's like, where the hell did you come up with that title from? It has nothing at all to do with the details.
But like small business pandemic takings reparations. I mean, I think it's funny, you can't call it the China virus, but they're calling it the Brazilian, and they're calling it the UK, and they're calling it the other things, so. I don't know what that is about, but I think we ought to spend a little time digging into these and calling other people other than Zach and expressing our opinions.
Yeah, and as you come across stuff, just call or send me a text or email or whatever, and I'll stop and look at the FIR, or, if I can't, I'll at least
If you could-
forward it to you. And I mean, FIRs sometimes aren't the most reliable analysis, but I can talk to the committee analysts and get, the short version of what the bill does and get it back to you.
You could kind of keep us posted on that broadband access and the Community Solar Act. Those might.
Okay. And then also, Councilor Cornelius just mentioned, that you read a title and then you read the bill and shake your head. But one good resource there are actually a lot of good resources on the legislative website, but there's a legislative drafting manual. If you go to nmlegis.gov and click on publications, you'll find a tab for legislative drafting manual. It's 200-something pages, but you can skip down and it'll give you a little education on how the bills are drafted and what the different parts of them are. It's pretty handy. I try and review it every once in a while just to.
Is there much discussion on the Lottery Education Assistance Act?
There has been with our friend from Chaves County, Candy Azell, and her neighbor Phelps Anderson is carrying that, and
She for it? I didn't think she was.
I don't think she is. But she and I talked a couple times last week and asked each other if we've had a chance to read it, and neither one of us have yet. But I think she's not thrilled with it right now. And
Came out of Sunland.
say what?
Came out of Sunland.
Yeah.
And, basically all they're saying is the Lottery Commission can put the gaming tables in there and take 100% of the profits and everything and put it into the college education for the children. And they estimate they can put in $40 million because the governor's initiative that she wanted to raise $14 or $15 million, I forgot what that was, for the lottery, only raised $5. So they thought that she would be sympathetic to it, and after all, it's for the children, so they thought they might have a chance, and then, of course, you'd have to have a casino open to do that. So then they could go.
So all the casino monies would go towards it?
No, just from the table games. The slot machines, see, the racetracks can't do table games.
That's true, I forgot, okay.
Yeah, they can only do slot machines.
I forgot about that.
And so that's how they raise the purse money for the races.
Like mescaline, they would take.
No, Mescalero's a whole nother deal.
Well,
They don't pay taxes on any of that. They do on table game. On tier 1 and tier 2 they pay, but on tier 3s, which are a lot of the progressives, they don't pay a tax on.
so what casinos is she?
Racinos, racetracks, because the racinos aren't open. The casinos can't open. And that's how that you build purses for the tracks. And so if they don't get the casinos open, we'll lose the racing industry in New Mexico.
Right. But are they going to put gaming tables in the casino, and then that goes to the diet?
Yep.
Does that violate that Indian Gaming Act?
Indian anti-discrimination.
Oh, probably.
round eye, and you can't comment on this compact?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Well, I like the one bill here, the driver's license suspension penalties. What they need to be worrying about is all the people for the last 10 months that can't even get an appointment to get a driver's license, that are out there driving because they were trying to get a license and they can't even go take a driving test, so they're just driving anyways.
Okay. I'm just wondering, nothing out of Pirtle's mouth surprises me anymore. But, just the titles, the Small Business Pandemic Takings Reparations. I don't know, anytime you put takings and reparations, I get nervous.
So what that is, I haven't read it, but probably listening to Senator Pirtle, closing down businesses is taking their livelihood. So the state owes reparations to those businesses that were shut down by the state. So this is probably, my guess is going, and it's an act that forces the state to try and pay back those businesses for their losses during the shutdown.
There's not enough
That would
money.
help you balance the budget.
Oh, yeah.
But see, I don't see anything in here about those type of issues. I mean, there's a few in there that have to do with the pandemic, but it's back to the same thing.
Which I've noticed that too, Mayor, and makes me think we may have overheard people talking about a bill to pull back some of the governor's powers under the Public Health Act and the Public Health Emergency Response Act. But it seems like that would be like priority number one, considering where we've been the last year.
Well,
And
as you hear a lot of discussion, and mayors that I talk to all over the state, Democrat alike, are saying, this is not right. We need checks and balances. We need this, and we don't need one person telling everything what to do. And so, maybe.
What's the governing body acting without a majority present?
Well, are you talking about, because y'all argued for a long time about what presence means? Is that what that is about? That, are you there, or are you there virtually?
hold on a minute, because I was looking at this bill earlier. And when you look at the bill, you'll see that it just strikes like a couple of words from the existing statute, and that's a Pirtle bill, right?
Yeah.
I made a mental note to call Pirtle to see what that was all about, because it kind of stuck out to me, because whenever you see he's a sponsor of something, it's going to be interesting and based on something that
He's never consistent with his color either. I mean, some of the things he says and does, I'm always confused by, but I would like to know if that's what exactly what she's asking is, what does that mean?
I will find out.
Do we have any other questions or things from Zach so we can move on? Okay. Thank you, Zach.
You're welcome, Mayor.
And where did you get those eyes? Those glasses?
Amazon.
Amazon? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you meant to that. I was thinking, I'm going to get me some of those. Item number 2 is tactical plans, review and consideration of departmental improvement plans. This is administrative with Timothy P. Dodge.
Mayor, just a little clarification for the directors that are on Zoom. Those that have reached out to me over text, I'll share their improvement plan and do the updates on the Word document. Some of them may be sharing their own Word document though, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, in addition to that, the directors, I've asked them to come on site, and, I'm going to ask them to come in here so that they can present from Councilor Eby's position, if you're all right with that. But the first part, we're going to be going over the administrative plans in the administrative department. And under that first section, I've been the team leader on this section, so we're going to have Ron presenting for the village clerk's department.
Okay.
righty, Mayor, Council. I'll begin with the tactical plan for the Clerk's Department. Several of these tactical plans were created last year, and in working with Bertha and with staff, we were just we present this, and then we had some additions to it, and then I'm also going to give some progress regarding these tactical plans. I know on the clerk's office, we're not like Rodney. It's exciting. You know, his tactical plans are more a totally different type of plan where might be outside recreation or whatnot. This is more on the administrative side, but this is regulatory compliance, and I mean it's very very serious and it's deadline driven. So I mean this is what within the administrative office that we do to make sure that the village is in compliance with state statute or whatnot. So the first one is records management. The strategic plan item is review and revise retention schedule and policies. This village, the office will be working with different departments within staff. And, when moving forward with this, we want to review and make sure that we have the staff available. I've been talking to Rodney, for example, or other departments, if they have, we've been repurposing, I guess, or having other employees from different departments, even like the library staff, if we need some help in going through boxes at the current location, we're able to do that. Have a set of instructions, a standard operating procedure of how they go to the boxes, check the dates, and follow the retention schedule, and then we can do the destruction on that. Or we can go in and do like scanning them, and then we can archive them. So the starting date on that is ongoing, from January of last year to ongoing. So we'll continue to do that. This is something that's always going to be happening with the village. We do produce a lot of documents, and as the custodian of records for the village, this will be an ongoing process. We want to identify the records located at the purchasing warehouse for either retention or destruction to comply with our newly adopted retention schedule, which was done a few years back. Scanning and indexing the documents and Laserfish records management. That's going to continue on, identifying records for continued utilized staff in clerk's office to conduct the scanning. We had a transition plan we're working on, and right now we're working with myself and Bertha de los Santos, Yvonne Bartz, and Courtney Bennett. I want each one, we're all going to learn, we're all going to be training on this in making sure that we're following the right procedures. And we do have that SOP and how we want to continue on with scanning and utilizing the staff. And in other instances, we may do some outsourcing to have the scanning and indexing. If we want to go digital on it, we would hire somebody to come in. They could scan the documents, and then we'd have digital records. And that's one of my goals. I'd like to see that. The state does that with theirs. They archive them, and what they do is they have them scanned, they archive them, and then we can always go back and have those records available. We want to create a list of equipment and/or materials that would improve the current storage or obtain a larger improved storage area. The current location is the old purchasing department. Whenever the village hall is completed and we begin the demo process of the annex building and the old water shop, we may have to use the current purchasing department, which Rodney is using for his staff and for storage or whatnot. So that's in the upstairs is where we have all the boxes stored. So we want to find a secure location that we're able to have it secured. So that's another goal I like to see, have it in a secure area where we can have those documents stored. In moving forward, developing a SOP, standard operating procedure for maintaining official records and records retention, develop a process for archiving records and Laserfish, review the process for indexing council minutes, ordinance, resolution, or ease of retrieval. We have employees that do have access to the Laserfish or even going into our website and looking up old meetings or whatnot and have no idea how to follow that process. We want to be able to train on that also and be able to show everyone how they can have access to that within internally. So, and as a clerk's office, we will help them do that. Involve the village attorney in review and implementation processes. There's a lot that goes on with these records, with the, IPRA requests. We want to make sure that we have our attorney involved in that. And then ongoing training. I mean, you never get enough training. We want to make sure we have our staff trained. We're able to also train other departments, and Bertha's been very, very willing and able to train a lot of the departments. We'll continue to use her strengths on the training side also and work with other departments and with our internal staff. So back in 2019, the village, they revised the records retention schedule. They adopted a resolution in support and enforced municipal record retention policy and email retention guidelines for the village of Ruidoso. The email storage retention guidelines have been a little bit, I haven't been involved in it as much, but I want to be able to learn more on that. I'm going to ask more questions on that. I feel that we want to make sure, every time we get an IPRA request, a lot of times they say we need your emails or whatnot. So we need to make sure we're covered on that. We know what we're doing, and we understand how important it is, even when you send an email out, how that becomes a public record, or even on your cell phone. So we have to be very careful. And that ties in with anything on the legal side also. Staff will continue working with departments on records instruction guidelines, using the Uniform Municipal Records Retention Schedule. And again, just assessing the current offsite storage of where the records are currently being stored. We really need to find a place for that. And we have so many records currently in that office. We need to go in there and we need to start doing some destruction. We need to make sure, follow it and what needs to be destructed at this point, and just follow that guideline. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done on a basis where it's getting done and not waiting for years before it gets completed. So on this first one, I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
Ron, so we're taking records, we're scanning them, we're storing them electronically. Do we then need to keep the physical record as well?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Coughlin, we had some discussion on this last year, and at that time the custodian of records said that she was being told that you had to still keep those records, even though you have them scanned and stored and saved. You still had to keep the paper copies. So we're going to continue on and make for sure work with legal and New Mexico Municipal League, and we want a definite answer on that, because I mean, if you're gonna spend the time and having to scan it, why should you have the backup also? So I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Mayor Crawford, Councilor, I think what we really need to do is bring back the records retention policy and review that, and then proceed forward, because your point is valid, and that's one of the areas that we wanted to revisit with the change in the office.
Yeah, because I know that's a big selling point among businesses, and government agencies are a little bit different. But scan everything stored electronically, because the cost for physical storage of boxes and boxes and boxes of records gets to be huge. So we just need to follow up with legal, get an idea of whether we can or not, because otherwise it just doesn't make sense to do both of them.
Absolutely, and also the time it takes to go through the records and scanning them, and then just putting them back in the box, and there they are again, and trying to find another place to store them. Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
The other question I had too was, what length of time do those need to be kept? And then second to that is, if we're uploading them into a disk of some sort for storage, is there a requirement of a backup disk to that disk? Because the redundancy is the protection, and now according to this, and the unknown is that we would then have two redundancies in one single document, which seems overwhelming.
You can't ever be redundant enough. That's what I've learned about government.
Yes, Mayor, and Mayor, Counselor Jackson, the records retention policy should address all those issues.
And Mayor Crawford, Counselor Jackson, it has if it's finance records, it has a certain number of years and et cetera for different departments and different types of documents, so. But we will bring that and reevaluate that, so.
If you have to keep those paper records, quit keeping them on that balcony, you're gonna collapse it into, really, I think you're overloaded now.
Yep.
Mayor Crawford, Counselor Cornelius, I haven't been up there in a while. I'm gonna make an attempt to get it there as soon as possible. Bertha's been up there. She was looking for some records, and I believe Zach may have been up there also, but yes, it's overwhelming, yes.
Get a harness and tie off when you go up there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one other thing. Do we store off-site? I mean, anytime, like for the fish, do we store those off-site in case of a fire or something? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? That
Mayor Crawford, Counselor Lutterman, there's records being stored also, and where the clerk's office is at, there's a closet there also. There's some records being stored in there also. I'm not sure if they were there off-site for a purpose or not. I'd have to find out on that question there. I think they just needed a location, and you know, it's ever since I've been with the village, that's where all if I needed to go find old records I had to redo an audit one year, and I had to go up there and go through all the boxes, so that's just where they were stored, so. But I need to find something, you know, secure.
actually, it's all on a computer, so all you would have to do is,
She's talking about the laserfish.
Oh, the laserfish.
Yeah.
Yes, Counselor Letterman, the laserfish it's on a dedicated server. Yes, it is on the server and stored. Yes.
But off-site.
Right now, that's stored in the servers over at the Horton. I mean, at the annex building. And then when we move the servers over, but we're going to have at the Horton also a backup over there also.
right,
Do you have
okay.
a backup server at a different location?
At this point, we have a server there, a small server at Village Hall, I believe, and then the mainframe is over at the annex building.
Okay, just because if where we have our servers, if there's a major fire or something like that, typically you want to cross back up to a different server at a different location.
Right.
Absolutely. And that's something to work with Systems MD on the,
Mayor, Counselor, there is redundancy built into the whole system.
okay.
So I know it's addressed. I think Judy has more information.
Mayor and councilors, from my understanding, we're like a three-legged stool. So there's a server not only at the annex building, but there's one at the main fire station, and then one at the police department. So the police department will make this might not be the exact order, but the police department makes a backup of the annex makes a backup of the fire servers, and then the fire department does a backup of the police department. So we're kind of all backed up together in a ring so that we have off-site location of backups.
Thanks, Judy, I appreciate it.
All righty, Mayor, moving on.
I think we're moving on.
Okay. The next goal is department trainings. This is to coordinate and/or conduct various trainings for Village Ruidoso departments. And again, this is on such as Laserfish, the Novus agenda, agreements, contracts, process, minutes, records retention, open meetings act, inspection of public records, and others. And that would be the village clerk's office staff. We would work with other departments and our village attorney. And resources, of course, it's staff timing or staff time availability. Right now, we're looking at different softwares. We do have some in place already. Bertha has different things that she's been working on, and then licensing. And this is another one that was started last year from the Clerk Divine's tactical plan, and it's ongoing. She had on here that training will be coordinated with outside state government agencies. We're working with other, just for example, like Yvonne had her doing training with New Mexico Edge, and that works also with the New Mexico Municipal League. She was with the Clerks Institute. She did some courses on there. But we want to be able to provide this training so that way when every department, they enter agenda memos or any type of document, ordinances, resolutions, we want to be able to work with them to make sure they understand what the document is. They understand how important the document is. An ordinance is law. And, even on the resolutions, we just want to be able to educate them also on that, not just say, this is your resolution, here's your ordinance, but we want to understand, teach them to understand why we're preparing this, what it's for, and just what the local government is altogether, because a lot of times some of them don't understand it. They just find one on there, they put it on there, but they have no idea exactly what they're putting together or preparing. So the success of any and all training be measured by mandatory attendance of all staff to reach efficiency and effectiveness. We'll coordinate with our village attorney. I know Zach's going to be also in his plans wanting to do training. Managing municipal government responsibilities. We need to also educate our employees on that. A lot of them don't understand what the repercussions is if something's not correct or something's not followed or whatnot. We've been discussing ordinances. Develop greater efficiencies in responding to IPA requests. I mean, those are so time sensitive, and we need to really stress how important that is. But as a clerk's office, we want to be there to train and help these departments make sure that they are doing the right process when they're replying to an IPA request. A lot of times you get them from an attorney. We want to make sure they understand that when an attorney is sending it, we want to always have our legal involved in this. So, there's a lot to that, and develop systems for managing and tracking the variety of contracts and agreements. And that's something that we've been trying to work on. Bertha's been working on the agreements and contracts for several years. We want to get this out. We want to help train, but we're also going to be, as a department, we're going to manage those, and we're going to help the departments with these. So we want to continue that resource also. Progress made during the calendar year. The clerk staff continue to train directors and support staff in Novus Agenda. Bertha's always been willing to help these departments. We have 2 new employees that are working for the P&Z department. They were scheduled last week, but something came up, so they weren't able to do it. But she's been training them, going to start training them. We want to continue to provide administrative support to directors and support staff. So that's another, as a clerk's office, we're going to continue to do that. And we want to assist commission and boards or committees with the virtual meeting platform. We want to also train them, educate them, and then with this virtual platform, it's a whole different type of meeting now, but we want to be able to work with them and help them and move forward with these different organizations. So, and I'll stand for any.
Well, we just got a text that MLG just says kids can go back to school, all ages, all grades, February 8th.
So does that mean hybrid or
No.
100% in
I
person?
sent you a link.
I didn't get a
I can't
link.
read it for you. I was just passing it along.
Yeah, I didn't get a link, that's why.
Oh, you didn't get the link?
Nope.
Oh, my gosh, that's
Let me try one more time.
Okay.
She's giving her state of the state right now.
Did you read these?
Well, we should tune into that.
Disciplinary actions.
Ron, thank you so
Disciplinary
much for
actions.
taking this on and giving support to maybe a current,
11.8.
getting
Well,
somebody else placed in the
You're coming
clerk's
up here pretty
office.
quick.
I appreciate it very much.
You're very welcome. Mary, does anyone have any other questions? Okay. I know this one, like I said before, it's not as exciting as doing a whippet or doing a water park or a roller coaster, but to some people though it is. I mean, it's exciting to move forward with, and on the administrative side, I like that, and so to me it's just a sense of moving forward and being able to accomplish some of these items here. The next one's the permitting process. This is consolidation, streamlining of all village permitting processes. Again, this is the clerk's office. We have some other departments like Parks and Rec. They have types of permits also. And this is, of course, resources needed. We have some software that we're working on with CityWorks. So Eric's mentioned that before. And it has, there's different modules on that, and one has permits, like the liquor licenses. So we're excited about moving forward with that. And again, this was started last January, and it's ongoing. And, what Irma had put last year is trying to do a permitting process, which was a one-stop shop. She used the Horton Complex concept, where it's a customer service area for efficiency, improved service to the public. Where we're going to explore the current software systems that we have, and that's something that I always like to do is if we have the software available, a lot of times staffs or departments don't understand what these softwares can do, and if you don't know what they can do, I mean, and you're over here needing new software, we're going to find out for sure, can these different softwares do this type of processes that we want to do. So we'll work together with community development, finance, parks and recreation, and see in which we did. It said piggybacking off those existing systems, be more cost effective, which we have with the CityWorks. Will increase effectiveness of our office staff through education and cross training. To me, that's always important. Again, it's the training and allow your staff members to learn the processes and understand the government, the local government, increase the level of service for the public by creating more efficient work system. So the progress we made on this already is that we've purchased the CityWorks software that was already done several months ago. And Yvonne's already trained on it. Bertha and I will be training on it, and may have Courtney train on it also. And this will have all our liquor license on this software. When it comes June 30th, when all the liquor licenses are due for the local establishments within the municipality, we're able to just go in and renew them. It'll print the invoice, it'll print the certificate, and we're able to just instantly just get those permits out. And before it was done manually, so it's going to save a lot of time. So I'm excited about that, to move forward with that, and we're hoping it works good. We'll do existing training and then go live with the CityWorks software. And I'll have if anyone has any questions on this,
So Ron, when you say consolidation and streaming of all permits, you're not talking including building permits, all that, right?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Salas, just the permits that the clerk's office is working on. Just like we have the event permits, liquor licenses, and things like that, just within the realm of the clerk's office. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Salas, I will touch base on the other types of permitting that will be through CityWorks during my tactical plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mary, you want me to move on to the next one? All righty, succession planning. So this one here, we spoke a little bit about that. The mayor has spoken, and Tim is, last year, Clerk Devine, she did relay to the governing body that she was going to be retiring looking at the end of the year. And the resources needed, we'll be reviewing for the budget time, just seeing what staff will, we'll review the full-time position, the part-time position. And the starting date was last year, and it's ongoing. We want to we'll work on this. We do have an election coming up. So what she had on here was to meet with the mayor, explore options and goals. The succession plan will follow the mayor's goals and objectives for the village clerk's position in all offices and all aspects. And going back to last year, the governing body, during the strategic planning session, the council did some of the minutes and notes said that we need to do this, get this in place sooner than later. So that's what we did. We took the initiative and we did get a transition plan in place so we could align staff with myself, with Berta de los Santos, with Yvonne Bartz and Courtney Bennett. So that's where we created this interim office staff and with our organizational chart there for the department. So again, we'll implement training of personnel as needed, and that's always key. Again, we'll schedule classes like I mentioned earlier, courses with New Mexico Edge and New Mexico Municipal League. We'll be training and getting ready for the election coming up. Before we know it, we'll be having to do the election resolution. Usually that's the last, we'll do either a special meeting in November or the first meeting in December, and that's be time to get that going. And then we'll coordinate with the village attorney to schedule training on topics that include managing municipal government responsibility. Again, that's huge, training staff and having them aware exactly. Tim's always giving us civics lessons. We're a mayor council form of government, and we want to make sure that all our staff and we do relay that out to other departments exactly what type of organization we are. We're a municipal government and what, within the boundaries of the municipality and what our responsibilities are and duties but we want to make sure that we can provide that information to everyone. Progress made in December, the governing body, they did approve the appointment of myself as the interim village clerk. And administrative staff have developed and implemented a succession plan related to the retirement of the previous clerk. She was here for 25 years. The plan assesses current and future staffing needs, duties, department responsibilities. And the transition plan is a key factor in the long-term success of our organization following the retirement of this critical officer. So the purpose of the transition plan also is to review the current and future department duties and staffing needs. So, there's a lot going on, and there's a couple more tactical plans that I have, and then I'll explain some more on that. For years, the village clerk consisted of a staff of two. It's service-oriented department provided by state law and ordinances and provide support to the mayor and village council, as well as assistance to the public and records information requests. The clerk's department prepares and posts public notices, agendas, prepares information for packets for the village council meetings, records the meeting minutes. And additionally, the clerk's office is responsible for maintaining official records retention, administration of municipal elections, and issuance of liquor license. And I will stand for any questions on this tactical plan.
You may get real busy if this liquor license still passes.
Oh. So the next one is establish and implement IPRA lien, utility lien and liquor license processes. And this one ties in, it does tie in some to one of the earlier ones, but this is streamlining and automation of the IPRA utility liens, contracts, agreements, liquor licenses processed through the CityWorks software. And some of those items will not be on the CityWorks, but there's the Granicus software that I'll mention later. And then we have another software that we're also looking at for doing the IPA requests. Right now, you just download a Word doc and then you fill out an IPA request, and that's the way the process. I've seen some where you can actually go in and you log on, they're able to fill the form, and then it automatically goes in and it generates it, and then you're able to receive it and then get it out to the certain departments, which makes it a little easier at times, especially if somebody may be off or on vacation or whatnot. You don't have that instance that you might not receive it. So we're trying to find ways to make sure that we're getting them in enough time, and then we're getting them to legal to review those also. So streamlining and through the IPRA utility liens, contracts, and liquor licenses, responsible party is going to be the clerk, the deputy clerk department, personnel, and village attorney. We're looking at some software that we already have or may look at some other software, training, and attendance. And this one here, just starting it, this is something we want to implement and get started immediately. And ending date, I have on there till December. What we want to do on this one here is develop greater efficiency in responding to IPA requests. Sometimes we get some and they're very confusing, or there's a lot of information and it goes back to records and finding records or whatnot. So we want to be able to, and work closely with legal on this, is make sure that, you know, we're looking for the right information and we're providing the correct information. Develop systems for managing and tracking the variety of contracts and agreement. Bertha's doing that more on a manual type basis currently. I think, and she does a very good job. And she's in agreement that, you know, if we had some sort of software that we could track it better, and we might be able to do it, you know, it just would work smoother. We could work with the purchasing department also and be able to streamline that also. Develop a new system to review, issue, and record existing and future utility liens. We get several of those utility liens, and if there's somebody that has an issue with it, they go to court. There's times that you know, the attorney hasn't been really involved a lot in that, so I want to make sure Zach's involved in that. And you know, we have a lot of liens there at the forestry department also. I think we need to coordinate. We need to have that discussion anyway to see how we can improve all the liens that we're issuing village-wide. And develop greater efficiencies in managing the liquor license, including the special dispenser permits. And that's, of course, is going to be using the CityWorks software. So I think that's going to be a great way to be able to work closely on that with the staff and be able to understand that and be able to be more efficient and develop, review, and verify process municipal liens for execution and filing at the county. So that's another process too that we get, and it's more manual again. We got to get it to the county. We have to make sure they're recording it. We want to find ways. We want to develop ways that we could do that, be much more efficient on that. And progress that we made again is we purchased the CityWorks software to be more efficient and effective with our licensing process. Increase the level of service for the public by creating more efficient work system. And of course, the staff training on the CityWorks. So that's going to be another. And our next step is to go live with the CityWorks software. So, and I'll stand for any questions. In the final one here is it's implement software development. And I know Councilor Coughlin, he mentioned a little bit, how do we get more people involved in our council meetings and get them just knowing what's going on our, you know, during the agendas or reading the agendas. And the mayor did mention that last night. You know, we want to get people involved and we try to get the information. So this here is continued development and implementation of the Granicus software. It's part of the Novus agenda. And this is for electronic review and approval of village council, the planning and zoning, meeting agendas and backup documentation. This would also include the JUB meetings, and it'd be the village clerk's office, staff, purchasing department, other VOR departments. The staff, we already purchased the software. Licensing, this will be a continue license that we'll be paying. And then, of course, just some storage, they'd be on the file on our servers. And we're looking again at implementing this, have it for starting immediately until December 31st, at least start the implementation. And one of the main objectives to this is to add other village or Ruidoso commission boards and committees to the Novus Agenda software platform. Right now, the planning and zoning meeting, the parks and rec, the lodger's tax, and the JUB, those are all separate meetings. They're not even created within the agenda that the council has currently, where you go into the Novus agenda. I want to get that in there where all the, even they're able to have that same, and we can view all the meetings on the Novus agenda. So that's going to be something I'd like to see. We'd implement the Granicus open platform setup with our new AV equipment. So this here, there's a connection box, and it sends the video link automatically, and the public has access to our website, to where all the meetings are at. They can watch the meeting live there. They're able to comment, have public comment. So there's a lot of nice little features that's part of that software. So within the next couple of months, we're looking at getting that implemented and trained and worked on before we go live. And we want to keep the council informed on that when we do start beginning that process. But that would eliminate using YouTube. They'd be able to have that link automatically go on to there and go look at it, or they can go back and look at the old meetings. Everything would be shown on there as like a demand. You could go watch the meeting or stream it live or whatever, and also comment on. They could comment on an agenda. If we want to allow that, they could go in and put a comment. Well, if they have a comment regarding an agenda and have that as and also have they could be able to comment on the public input portion of it also. And then the training again is ongoing. So that'd be continued training that we would be doing with staff. Progress made, we've purchased the upgrade of the software, implemented virtual meeting platform as part of the COVID-19 pandemic, video and e-comment, live and on-demand streaming solution for government. And we'll publish a comprehensive public record, including videos which are easy navigated and with hyperlinks, agendas, and minutes. Easily provide a verbatim meeting record without the need for long-term minutes. Deliver a streamlined virtual meeting experience to citizens with purpose-built video player technology, and empower citizens to search video by keywords and find the exact point in a meeting video where a topic was discussed. They could go on and they could put wild horses on there and take them straight to that resolution and look at the minute or to the minutes and be able to navigate that way. So,
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, Ron, I just had a question.
okay.
If you have verbatim meeting records, then how do you approve the minutes?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Jackson, we would still have our minutes. That there is that's a feature that you can have implemented. I know that we talked about that before. I think Tim and I had that discussion, and some of that it's going to be more on the verbatim when they go in. It's going to be part of the audio text, but it will not you can't do a transcription of the audio to minutes, if that makes any sense. But we'll still be taking minutes. So I hope I answer that question.
I think so.
Mayor, I believe that concludes the presentation from the clerk's office. Is there any additional type of activities that you may want?
But yeah, thank you.
I keep forgetting the red and green. Mayor, I'm sorry, that pretty much concludes the proposal from the clerk's office. Is there any additional functions or operations that the governing body would like to see the clerk's office take on? And, just, and you don't have to answer right now, but just food for thought. In other communities, they do public outreach or public, like public campaigns where, I've seen some communities that will take clippings of newspaper articles and send a letter from the governing body saying, thanks for this accomplishment, and, various.
I think that would be awesome. I got one when I was a kid, and
I used to get them too.
And it's just, there's I can't think right now. Sometimes I get stuck on words, but, there's a term for it, but traditionally clerk's offices do things of that nature as well.
Like I saw you in the news,
Yes,
which we don't have that much anymore, but
the village of Ruidoso would like to acknowledge your accomplishment.
yeah.
It's good public affairs.
When I was younger and a Boy Scout and I got my Eagle Scout, I still have a book of letters that I got. You write and you invite the mayor and the council members and the governor and the president and all these people, and you get letters back from them. And I still have a book that has all those. So that's something that the public can also request a letter for a kid who's done some special thing, or a teacher could do that. And that would be an amazing thing. People, it's funny, now that I'm sitting here, I always used to think that elected officials were like, ooh, you look at them, but don't let them see you looking at you or whatever. And now, it's something different that I realized that.
What a letdown.
Yeah, I know. Now I know all your deep and dark secrets, but we're people, and that we're very approachable. Holy cow.
You got it, Ron?
This is a closed meeting. So that's an excellent idea, because that can mean a lot to some young person. I remember one day I brought kids to Village Hall. This was years ago, and it was raining during the summer, so we were supposed to be doing something outside of the library. We came over and I had all the kids sitting up at the front, and one sat where each of the council members were and took a picture. And my God, you think that they won some big major thing just being able to sit there and do that. So I'd like to see more stuff like that happen with kids, and that's amazing.
Yeah.
I think that'd be good if we can make that one happen, and we'll have to think more on it.
And you might want to think about it, and then think about some of the processes that department takes on. Is there ways that we can create efficiency that are going to help you with your positions more? I think over the last year or so, we implemented a process of trying to encourage different sponsors for different ordinances or resolutions or things of that nature. But if there's a process for us to if there's something that you want to take on, an initiative that you want to engage in, is there a way that we can help you with that? Is there anything that we can do to help you in your functions from that department? And, you don't have to answer now, but if there is improvements, just let us know, and we'll, this department is here really to serve and help with the legislative process as much as possible. Okay? Mayor, moving on with our section, Bertha is in that department, and she's had some input with Ron working on that part of it. The next one our next presentation is going to be Zach Cook, and he's going to be talking about some of the improvements in his department.
Thank you, Tim, Mayor, and councilors. This is the first time that I've actually prepared one of these, so it made me do a little thinking outside of my own box. And if you think the clerk's presentation was boring, get real comfortable.
We didn't think you were boring.
Zach, all documents are important, and they're even more important when you need them and can't find them. So the Army always taught us that in God we trust, all others document. So there you go.
No, I think that this will be very helpful for me and what, you guys and management need from me. So the first thing that the first issue that I addressed was contract lifestyle management. It seems like a lot of times over the years that I've represented you, contracts are either almost at the end of their life cycle or have gone past their life cycle, or there's some confusion about, in an engineering contract, what is the lifestyle of a contract? So while all contracts are similar, each one is unique, and my goal here is to develop systems for managing the variety of contracts to which the village is a party, and that's going to depend on the different departments. So I want to work with, obviously, management and the clerk, but also the directors and their administrative people, because the administrative people, are often the ones that, when a contract is coming up or there's a question about it or whatever, it's contracts seem to get kind of booted around, and then before they eventually make it to me. And what I want to do is to educate, these particular staff members about, what are the different contracts compared, engineering contract versus just a straight procurement contract, or just the various ones, and so that they can sort through it. The term boilerplate language always comes up, and there's just a lot of misperceptions or misinformation about what contracts are, what they do. And I think it's not that hard. You don't have to become an attorney to understand the basic concepts of contracts and their life cycle and what it means when a contract comes to an end or is coming up on a term or is going to be renewed or whatever. So that's my first goal there. And then along the same lines as contract elements and concepts, a lot of what I just said is applicable to this issue too. People just don't understand, or they think that you do have to be an attorney to read contracts. The goal, it doesn't appear that way, but and when I was in law school 20 years ago, they were teaching us, that in the past, archaic language served its purpose for lawyers and the legal profession, but now and it's evolved even more. The point is to use language that people can understand, and I try and do that in all of my drafting. And I don't, most of the time, very rarely am I actually drafting contracts for the village. It's mostly bigger contracts that have already been produced or we're redoing them. Ron and Tim occasionally have me do something, or you guys occasionally have me do something. But, contracts, just like every other thing in the law, you can break it down into bite-sized chunks that lawyers call elements. And so the basic premise of a contract is it's one party making a promise in exchange for another party making a promise. For example, I promise to pay you $1 million. You promise to build me a bridge. And I think by breaking it down so that the directors and their administrators can understand, they'll get away from this idea that the lawyer has to do everything, and I have to. Obviously, I want to review the contracts, and you guys want me to review the big contracts, but it shouldn't be intimidating in the process, and I should be able to have a conversation with directors and administrators or whatever about what the contracts are. I need to get them comfortable with what we're dealing with. Contracts are ancient documents. The whole purpose of them is to protect both parties to that contract, so everybody knows what the expectations are. And then, if something goes south in a contract, then we can talk about more complicated issues like defenses to breach a contract or things like that. Hopefully that doesn't ever come up, and that's probably going to be up the chain, whenever we're having to negotiate things like that, which we've been in a position to do many times. And in fact, we've been in that position earlier in the last couple of days, and you guys took action at a meeting earlier. So I just hope to get people more comfortable with the concept of contracts and that it's there to help you. And then speaking of there to help you, human resources is another issue that I've raised in my tactical plan. There's always going to be conflict whenever you're dealing with people in an organization. You just bet on it. I think everybody here at the table is familiar with that concept. But a lot of times people will bury their head in the sand. We've got a million other things to deal with besides this. But that personnel policy, as flawed as it may be, and we need to also take a look at that and make improvements there. But in the meantime, it is what it is, and that is the guiding document. And my hope and my goal here is to go over that document. I know they do it, periodically, and they rely on Tim and Ron and HR to help them. But if I can get them past the idea or to the idea that you just got to deal with it. It's not personal, it's personnel, and the sooner you tackle these issues, the better off for you. You can go home, sleep better at night, because I know these issues Tim in particular tosses and turnings at night because of these issues. But if you tackle them and follow the rules, and the rules are the personnel policy, you follow the rules, you're going to be fine. So that's my goal there.
Zach,
Yes,
does
sir.
that include proactive training? Because we're promoting some people from within departments up into manager or director positions, and they're not necessarily used to managing personnel. And there's fine lines of what you can do, what you can't do, how to handle somebody. So in your plans, is it more reactive or more proactive?
Proactive.
Proactive, okay.
Yeah. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of reactive issues that pop up. But that seems to be mostly what I've always been dealing with in my conversations with Tim. We've talked about how we need to just, be more proactive so that we're not scrambling around. We've spent a lot of time in the office reacting when we could be proacting or trying to deal with things as they prior to them coming up.
Right. Okay.
And there's always going to be, there's always going to be issues that you got to react to, but
Oh, sure.
yeah. And so the next one is the fascinating world of liens. Recently, in the last year or so, this hasn't come up, but many times over the years, people from the village will call and say, well, what about a lien? Or how do we deal with this or whatever? I would like to see, more proactive engagement with the lien process, because I think there's probably a whole lot of money on the table with regard to those liens. And obviously, you don't want to make money from liens. You want you want people to pay for the service that are provided. You don't want to go to court, whatever. But there are certain things that everybody needs to be aware of. In fact, when I was a year or two out of law school working for John Underwood and we were representing the village, there was a case where a guy was selling his property. There was an old Ruidoso lien for water that was more than 4 years old. We ended up in the Court of Appeals on that, and the Court of Appeals says, the statute says 4 years. You have 4 years to foreclose a lien. And my interpretation is that doesn't mean you have 4 years and then you get to refile the lien. It means you have 4 years to collect a lien. And so I think maybe through conversations with you guys, what is it that you want to do? What kind of stance do you want to take on these things? Because it's like, if we had a broader umbrella policy of what to do with liens, that would give better guidance than Joe Blow blows up the mayor or one of you counselors, and then we're like, okay, well, how do we deal with it one piece at a time? Which, we've worked that way in the past. It would just be better. And I think for you guys too, to know what's out there, if we could periodically look through them. And I know the people in the front office, they're in billing, they've got a zillion things going on. We've often talked about developing some system, but we just haven't gotten there yet. So that's something I would like to be more proactive about. And then finally, IPRA. IPRA, the law is straightforward. Ron gets it, Tim gets it, Irma was good at it, Bertha's good at it. But it's one of those things that, you get an IPRA and everybody's like hair on the back of their neck raises up, and it's not that big of a deal. It's easy for me to say when everybody's got a zillion other things to do, and then they're thinking that, oh my God, they wouldn't IPRA me if I hadn't done something wrong. And how do I, cover my tracks or whatever? That's just me talking out loud about some of the reactions I've had from people. The rules under IPRA are very clear. I mean, and the Attorney General puts out a guidance book every so often, and it shows if this, then that. And here's your first response, your second response, your third response. It's all very clear. All you got to do is follow the rules. But then there's always something come up that, like recently, there was there's a personal injury case going on that the village has been at least alleged to have some liability on, and so the IPRAs are flying around everywhere, and everybody's, it doesn't matter. All the facts of that case, it doesn't matter. IPRA just says you got to provide the documents, unless there's an exception. Provide the documents, and you get to buy time because of IPRA. You can say we will produce those documents in however long, but people just need to stay focused and not to focused on the IPRA request and dealing with that, and not get sidetracked by all the other stuff that may or may not be going on. So if I can help it just doing that would probably save me time and billing money. If we just set it up and make sure everybody feels confident with what they're doing in the IPRA, that'd be very helpful. So I think that's the last of my issues. You guys have any questions?
You have a lot more issues than that.
Mayor, counselors, one of the reasons that, I brought Zach into the fold on these whole processes, and, later on, we're going to see that Team Tourism's also partaking in this process. But in relation to Zach, I want to, start focusing a lot more on risk management, being proactive for risk management. And that's what a lot of these improvements are really focused on. As you've seen through a couple of the presentations already, we're really focused on training. We're focused on properly resourcing our people and putting procedures in place that can be followed. All the ones that Zach talks about are really focused on risk management if we have our employees and directors and everybody more knowledgeable about grant or contract management, it's going to save us time on the back end. And, you know, Zach alluded to the Close Road Bridge contract. For the last several months, we were going through iterations of doing a contract change or modification, and there was debate going back and forth. Zach, myself, and Ron sat down with the engineer and said, it's simple. We don't want to modify our contract. We have an existing contract. Look at the terms and conditions of that contract and provide a cure. And it was as simple as that, right, Zach? And, you know, in a matter of weeks, we ended up coming up with a resolution for that process. But, you know, the point is, instead of spending time on the back end, having to try to figure out, let's learn how to manage it on the front end. And it's the same thing with all these processes that Zach's bringing forward. We want to make sure that we're educating from the directors down to the administrative aides on all those processes, so that they're aware of the processes and when it's in relation to contracts, the terms and conditions. So, you know, I appreciate Zach and his willingness to help us work in these areas, but I think it's, you know, spending a little bit of effort in the front end is going to save us on the back end.
I agree.
Right now, we have a pretty big change that's occurring with the fund. The municipal league, under the leadership of AJ, you know, he comes from state risk management, and he's brought in individuals into the fund that are more focused on risk management. They have different philosophies, and I think by us changing our strategies and aligning it with the way that they're managing, I think it's going to save us a lot of money in premium and lawsuits and settlements in the long term. So, Mayor, is there any additional processes, procedures? I know that we've talked about doing quarterly updates on tort claims and or loss runs. Is there any other procedures that you'd like to see us provide you with the attorney's office?
I can't think of any off the top of my head. Any of you?
No.
No?
When do you do Zach's evaluation, Mayor?
I don't know. It's a good question, because he was just reappointed in June, July, wasn't it?
June, wasn't it?
July.
Or June, yeah, right before.
So I don't know. Do you have anything you want me to talk to him about?
I can't think of right now.
I just don't understand the lien thing. I thought the whole point of the lien was that someday you will get your money, like on our clean and lien.
Someday you may get your money.
Like when they sell it.
Like when they sell it, which is exactly when that case came up that I'm talking about, and I
But
think
it was 10 years before.
What's that?
But the judge told you you had 4 years to do it because it was in our ordinance?
No, because it's in state statute.
Okay, so what good does it do if you can't refile it?
You have to, you either foreclose the lien or it goes away. And that came up at a closing. This guy, I think it was Hurley.
So once you foreclose it, then upon sale or whatever, you can get your money.
No, once you foreclose it upon foreclosure, you get your selling money. So if you file a lien today and 3 years down the road, you know, you could file, or up to 4 years down the road, you can file a lien foreclosure case. And then if you go to court and you can prove that you provided the services and they didn't pay for them, and you show the court that pursuant to 3-whatever, New Mexico municipal liens, you filed that lien and you did it all right, then the court, you know, if they rule in your favor, they say you get the $500 lien, and I'm pretty sure it provides for attorney's fees as well. But if you don't do it, if the 4 years and a day comes, then you lose your lien. And this guy, the 4 years and a day, and then lots of other years came, and he came to sell his house, and they're doing the title search and come up with this Ruidoso lien. Title company says, you need to remove this lien, it's 4 years old. We said, no, there's no statute of limitations on municipal liens. They filed a lawsuit. We won at district court. We lost at Court of Appeals.
Well, I think we shouldn't be filing liens unless we're willing to follow the process. It's kind of like telling a kid, don't do that or else, and then you don't do
You
anything.
never or else.
Yeah, so I think that, moving forward, if we're gonna do a lien on a property or for whatever purpose it is, that, 3.5 years later, so we don't miss out on that 4 years, if it hasn't been settled, give them one last chance and then we foreclose on it.
The municipal liens may be different than the mechanics liens, like I do, but we have to file ours within 120 days, 90 if you're a subcontractor. And you have to foreclose that lien in a year or after a year, or it goes away. So the municipal one, you don't even have to file for,
No, you have to file a lien.
But is there a timetable from the point that you are owed money for services that you have to file?
I don't think so, based on my recollection of the statute, but I am familiar enough with the mechanics lien statute. I mean, they're completely different statutes. But I'll review it. I think you just, on the like utility liens, you file it. There's no strict, I mean, the mechanics lien is very strict and straightforward time frame that you got to do everything. And the municipal, like the utility liens, it's not that strict. You got to do it, but you can't let it go past 4 years. And that was not necessarily in the statute. The district court agreed with our interpretation of the statute, but then when it went to the Court of Appeals, the Court of Appeals clarified that what the statute means is that you got to foreclose in 4 years. Does that make sense?
so when we pull their meter, we need to file a lien
Yeah,
on a utility.
or sooner. I mean, if they're not paying, you should file a lien. If you intend to foreclose it. If you don't intend to foreclose it, why go to the trouble?
Yeah.
Of course, 4 years down the road, who knows where any of you individually will be. And of course, you also need to consider that, if you take a hard line policy that says we're going to do this every time, then get ready for more executive sessions with me explaining everything and you guys making a determination to file a lawsuit to foreclose.
I know of one now where the guy owes $2,800 or something on back water and sewer bill. They pulled his meter, but I don't know exactly when or.
I thought we kind of had a moratorium because of COVID.
This happened before COVID.
Oh, before COVID. Wow,
Which worries me a bit.
so that's been 10 months.
Do they report those things to you, or
No.
should they?
I'm happy to receive those reports and give them guidance, but it seems to me that if somebody's not paying, you can file the lien immediately. Even, I guess, and I haven't looked at the Supreme Court rule, but I know they've basically stopped foreclosures and evictions and all that stuff, so I don't think it would get too far right now, but.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that program since I have a lady that owes me about $15,000.
Hey, I'm really happy about it too, just policy-wise.
That's okay. You're a rich landlord.
Yeah. I'm lucky that one's paid for. But I would like to see us come up with a policy that at some point on utility defaults, that they go to you and we file a lien on it
Well, or
and
there's,
foreclose it.
or it follows a chain that after anything more than 60 days past due, there's a red flag that comes up.
Well, I mean, we have the procedure of cut the water off, and at some point they pull the meter off. I'm not sure after that we follow through.
Right.
I can remember way back in the days when I was going to college. Got out, left a lease, and I owed a water bill. And 12 years later, when I graduated and I bought a house and I went down and had my water turned on, I had to pay that past due water bill from 12 years earlier. How did they do that?
I don't know, because here, if you left that water bill, they would have sent it to me and I would have had to pay it. And try to find you 12 years
Well,
later.
but when you moved in, you had to get the water and electrical and everything in your name.
Mhm.
And I had it in my name, and then I rented after that for years. And then when I got out and was buying a house, I forgot all about it. Well, they nailed me right off the bat. I had to pay it.
Did they turn you into credit or something?
Maybe.
Well, all other utilities will do that. Like if you have
Yes, absolutely.
P&M and you don't pay your final bill, if you ever try to get it again, they're going to nail you for it. But here, even though you were the customer of the village, it's a third party who ends up being responsible for it.
The owner.
Which, when we hit on those rentals, that I've always argued, when we hit the amount of their deposit, that's when the water needs to get shut off. Because otherwise now you're obligating a third party for the debt of somebody else.
Right.
Well, our policy is even if it's shut off, you still owe the monthly bill.
Yeah. And I know from firsthand experience, we're not always quick to let the landlord know. I had several months, 2 months of repairs to a house, then I went to small claims, then I got it all settled, then I got the bill from the village. So it was like 6 months later, and I'd already finished everything with the tenant.
But can we come up with a policy?
Hey, Mayor, is there any additional, sorry,
Councilor
No, I don't
Cornelius.
think so.
Councilor Cornelius, did you have?
No, I just wanted us to work on coming up
Some
with a
sort of-
policy,
Okay,
what we do on the utility bills and liens.
okay, so, Counselor, what we'll do is we'll, add that in and have, further discussion with Judy and then come up with some recommendations with the finance department on how we handle that. Moving on, I guess, Judy is next, so, Judy, are you available?
Yes, I'm just finishing writing down Counselor Cornelius's suggestion on my goals. So if you just give me 1 second, I can update it real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so as you know, finance is really a combination of many departments. I'm over utility billing, finance, and capital projects, which includes purchasing. However, for this presentation, I'm just going to focus on the finance goals. And then later on in the meeting, Karen Gutierrez will be presenting the goals for capital projects / purchasing. So I am going to try to share my screen. So can you see them?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, so these are our goals for finance, and all our goals center around conducting a comprehensive financial plan each year. So a lot of my goals were started in the prior year, and they continually progress each year. Some may start a new year with regards to new plans. So as we go through, some of the goals might be new, and some of them might be replays of what we weren't able to finish in the prior year. So
No. Okay. And then, we're gonna be doing this capital projects demonstration here in a bit. So I really wanted Andy and the rest of those guys.
did you want me to stop?
No.
No, no, go ahead, Judy.
Oh, okay. Our first goal is for the utility billing. And we had talked about this last year. Encode has a module that we can purchase that will allow customers to view their monthly bills, which show consumption by month along with the dollars. And they can do comparisons of bills from like this December to last December, and sometimes they could even run graphs. They do have access to Beacon, and they can set like alerts when water consumption is over a certain amount, but I don't think it registers from consumption to what that dollar amount really means when they go over the minimum 3,000 gallons. So with this software, we could actually go in and the customer would have an account and they could actually go and review all their bills, their payments and adjustments on their account. And they would be seeing exactly the information that we see when they call up and ask how much is their bill for the month. It would also allow them to start auto drafting their account or pay online. And so this was just a break off of one of the goals that we finished last year. We weren't able to put this in the budget. So this year I'm going to try to get the amount in the budget for 2022. However, if we can't get it in, it should still be okay because we do have Beacon and we can still go on and helping the customers out each month. One of the issues that we've had with the onset of COVID, which has brought up our second goal, is that all our vendors want us to receive emailed invoices. And so right now, we're having a little bit of a snafu in that sometimes emailed invoices come to accounts payable and they get our stamp. So we know when we received them, but sometimes the emailed invoices go to departments. And so sometimes there's 2 or 3 versions of that same invoice floating around. And we have almost paid an invoice twice just for the fact that we weren't in control of the emailed versions of the bills. So what I want to do is educate not only our staff, but also our vendors that if they are willing to do emailed invoices, it has to be in one central location so that I can control it to make sure that we're paying the correct amount. Once we receive the invoice and date stamp it and acknowledge that we received the email, we would then route it to the according department so that the director could sign off and let us know whether or not services and or products were received. Hopefully this will streamline the process to the point where we won't be in a situation where we've paid an invoice twice, and also to ensure that we're paying all our invoices within 30 days, if not sooner. We're currently going through this right now and trying to get this developed. We're getting a form letter that's going out to all our vendors along with the updated W-9 form and our annual letter. So hopefully we can get this wrangled in and hopefully we'll be able to accept emailed versions of invoices straight to accounts payable. My next goal, we started last year, and with the onset of COVID and the fact that we've hired 2 positions within finance to kind of distribute the work, hopefully I can get back on and finish the preparation of a CAFR, which is a comprehensive annual financial report. We conduct an annual financial report, but there's some sections that are lacking in it. I need a statistical section and a transmittal letter. It's the stat section gives a 10-year history within our audit report, and the transmittal letter just goes is a synopsis of what happened in that fiscal year. That's when we can elaborate more than just the numbers, which is currently located in our management discussion and analysis. And it would just tell the progress of the village over the year and what happened, what changed, more in layman terms than seeing rigid accounting terms and dollar amounts. We've collected a lot of the data that I needed, except I still have to manipulate it into the format that is required under the CAFR regulations. So hopefully this year we'll get a little bit closer, but that is still one of my high goals for the finance department. Another one of our goals was an offshoot from the goal from last year. We had taken it upon ourselves to train all the individuals through purchasing and finance. We have completed training of everyone. We also have kept up with training of new hires. And through our continual training, we've perfected a lot of our training documents, and we've been able to screenshot how exactly you do something in Encode, so that if no one is available or a person just needs a refresher, they can return to these screenshots or this manual for a refresher course. However, it's not currently in an organized manner. So now that we're full in finance, we're going to take the time and actually develop it into an operating manual with the corresponding forms that they'll need to process in Encode, and just to get budget adjustments or purchase adjustments flowing through the system. We found out that a lot of times government new hires aren't familiar with government lingo or processes, so sometimes it's a big hurdle to overcome and become familiar with how we do business as a municipality. So hopefully we'll get on this and have this manual available, so that when HR hires somebody, they can actually just give them a manual to get them started, and then eventually sign them up for training, not only with finance, but for purchasing, because that seems to be the biggest areas where people coming into departments, if they're going to be involved in buying items or tangibles or services, it seems like that's where the focus needs to be. Another one of our goals is to complete a comprehensive financial plan and helping the cost of service rates for departments. We're developing, I have some plans that are 5 and 10 years, but I think they need to be streamlined and perfected a little bit more. And this will be ongoing each year with our financial advisor, engineers, and planners. Each year we'll have to develop a new plan, as you know, along with the budget, but I think it'll be helpful for us to look out 5 and 10 years where we need to be, because as you've heard in some of the presentations this morning, some of the stuff that I do is nice, but it would be, I think, beneficial for us to take what I do and take it a step further and involve some financial advisors and engineers to get the whole scope of the village in total. So that'll go on each year. And another one of and this is the new goal that you all had just talked about, is developing a policy and process of addressing delinquent accounts and the process of applying liens. Liens have always been hard to understand. And as Zach said, there's different opinions on what a lien should do and how long it should last. So I think if we could sit around a table with all the parties involved and develop a process, I think our liens would be more effective, because we found out that some of the properties that have liens are liens for yard waste, and it's because the property is undevelopable. So when they get the lien in the mail, they just kind of toss it aside, because they ask us, what are you going to do to me? Because there's no way to really enforce it unless you pull the meter or if it has water service. So at this point, if a property only has yard waste, there's really nothing that we can do. And sometimes they ask us to take the property away from them. So I think needs to be a way that we develop certain types of properties, what we can do. That way, everybody has a clear understanding of what the lien's for. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have with any of the goals.
Yes, Judy, on your second goal, the purchase of the IVR module, is that replacing the Eye on Water reporting or that program that a lot of people are signed up on?
Counselor Salas, this would be in addition to
Okay,
the Beacon software, because I think it's good because it has a lot of factors like the alerts that you can set when your water usage goes up above a certain level. So I wouldn't want to take that tool away from our citizens, but I think a lot of times the consumption doesn't register in their head because it's just in gallons. But if they would see bills, I think it might be a clearer picture. And if they could see consumption or bill amounts from years past to current year, I think it would be a lot, really more beneficial to them in the long run.
okay, thank you.
Mayor, Council, is there any? I'm not sure if I'm red or green, but can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Mayor, Council, is there any additional procedures that we can do to, maybe change things on how we're reporting or whatnot within the finance department? I know one of the things on the interim, on the finance committee that we recommended, and one of the things we're going to start including in the finance report is a sheet that we get that breaks down, it's an operating statement that breaks down by department, and we're going to include that in the directors' meetings, a financial report that shows the department heads exactly where their departments are in relation to revenues, expenditures, year to date. So, that's an added thing that we're going to be going over with the director so that they have a better understanding of their finances. Is there anything that this department can do to help you all in your processes?
The only thing I can think of is if, when we purchase property, buildings or whatever, if we are discussing, like what we were, did we put any money into rehab or reconstruction or whatever, if that was in the discussion for the day when we purchased it, if we could make a note of that, and then we can officially decide if we want to put that money in there or whatever, but just so that we know where the monies are at, like on workforce housing, do we still have the million there? Keep us up to date on those, and it doesn't have to be in an in-depth financial report. It's something that we can just glance at to know where we're at. If we could, just a counting of the inventory of where the money for certain, because I know that we are pulling money out of general fund to encumber certain things that, that we're made aware of those things, that they are for that, and that they could be changed at that.
Yes. Mayor, now that you bring that up, there's a couple of different strategies that I think we need to consider. When we're going after grants, the various funding agencies always look at your finances, and whatnot. And this has been a strategy that I know that Ron and I have used in different situations, and Judy's using that now as well. When you're going after a grant, oftentimes they look at the need. And if they see that you have large cash balances, then, that works against you. So what we actually do, and Judy's been good at it, is she goes and earmarks that money. And once you earmark it, it still becomes funds that are discretionary to the council, to the governing body. At some later date, they can pass a resolution and move those as they need them. So there is a level of discretionary funds that once you approve your budget, that you have cash available that can be used and dedicated and encumbered for different things. But you always want to make sure that you don't have too high of undesignated cash balances. And so, we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware of where those are at, but somehow we should be tracking that when we do designate it, that it's still a discretionary fund that could be moved and used for other intended purposes or whatnot, especially with your general fund dollars. You know, your general fund dollars can be used to help in other areas. I lost my train of thought, but there's a couple of different areas that we've talked about as well. And I think as going through the state of the village, we need to be careful on what terminology that we use, and that people understand the terminology that we're talking and not just generalities, because a lot of times we'll refer to our cash balances as a reserve. Well, it's not a reserve. The only reserve that we have is the statutory requirement. And then once we issue bonds, oftentimes there's reserve requirements that are tied to that. But the additional cash balances that we have, we really should be referring them to in a different way as a discretionary cash balance or an encumbered cash balance or whatnot. So I think as we move forward, if we can just have dialogue on that so that we all get on the same page and have a better understanding of where we're at financially.
I agree with
Mayor and councilors, also, if we designated a project that is being paid for out of general fund cash balance, I usually take that money and transfer it out into the general capital improvement plan and set aside a project with that budget that is updated monthly in the monthly report towards the end, where the capital projects are detailed out. And if you have any questions or want to know whether or not we still have money, if you look in the monthly report under the general capital improvement fund, which is towards the back, it's fund number 320, you will see all the projects we currently have earmarked from general fund reserve cash balance.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Mayor, in addition to that, I would recommend that we do have George Williford giving us, or I believe that's his name. For some reason, it doesn't sound right. But our financial advisor, a detailed financial analysis on an annual basis. I know that he has evaluated some of it, but last week, Ron and I did give him a call. We're trying to determine what our current Moody's rating was. And so we had a discussion with him, but I shared with him some previous analyses that I've had. I had Paul Cassidy conduct for me when I was in other positions. And so, as we move forward, I think that that's just healthy, either at the IFC meetings, that he provides that type of report, and then that we bring that forward to council so that we have a better knowledge of our financial position moving forward.
Agree.
Judy, it's Susan. I was wondering, when does the Finance Committee meet next?
So our next meeting will be usually the Friday before our regular special meeting. If you would like to be invited to that, let me know and we can send you out the information.
No, that's okay. The Lincoln County Juvenile Board was just wondering so that maybe they could get their $5,000.
If you have them, send me a letter. I can put it on the next meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, Judy, was that already appropriated?
It's just in a pot of money. So what I'll do is on the next IFC meeting, I'll bring all the agencies that usually make a bid request for it. And we'll have those, that meeting, those presentations at that next meeting.
If it was already appropriated, why would it have to go back to IFC?
It is appropriated.
I thought we agreed to put it just in a pot because we weren't quite sure on some of them, but some of that money has already been
It's a
allocated.
line item for Lincoln County Juvenile Justice.
Right, but when we approved the budget, I think what we did is we looked at that total amount because there was some concern about some entities maybe not requesting money. And I know like the Juvenile Justice Board in the past, there were times they were allocated money and never asked for it and never followed up on it.
Because I don't think that they really knew the process.
Whatever the issues were.
They never asked is what he's saying, so it was.
There were people there that just never, it's a new board there. The previous board had been through it before, so they knew what was going on. But some of that money out of that pot has already been allocated, because I know the Boys and Girls Club agreement has already been executed.
Mayor, Council, my recommendation, and Ron had brought it up before, and if Ron, if you're willing to work with Judy, let's set up a process moving forward for the next years on how not-for-profit agencies go through a capital outlay request process with us. But it's my understanding that those monies have already been appropriated, so if they'll just contact Judy, she'll work through the process with you, Council.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Judy.
And then we'll have an improved process that we have developed for that process. I think Ron has mentioned that he likes Lincoln County's procedures.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, it just be a mirror of the county. They do actually have a capital outlay hearings on different appropriations, so requests.
Oh, no. The dog and pony show? I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Mayor, with those recommendations, are you fine with the additional recommendations I've made?
Yeah.
Council, okay. Moving on, next we're going to move to Cheryl. Cheryl's also working from home and she's on board. Cheryl, are you ready?
I am ready. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hello. So the first goal I have is to update and revise the village personnel policy manual. The last time it was written was 2014. We've had a few updates since I've been here, but it's definitely outdated. We need to make sure that the policies are clear and well-written, and give guidance to the employees and management on specific policies. We would like to ask Councillor Coughlin and Councillor Letterman to be a part of this committee. And we really, I'm going to ask a couple other councillors to be on the comp plan review committee as well, but we really value your feedback and would like to get your ideas out there. As soon as we identify the rest of those committee members, we'd like to kick that off in early February. We'll meet on a bi-weekly basis and assess our current policies. We'll research and gather information from other communities and other sources, and then partner with legal for review as we're updating policies. Once the policy is revised and final revisions are in place, we'll ask for a final review from our legal team and then present to council and adopt. And it is something that has been needed for a while, and I'm really excited to get this team together and get this. It's going to be a big task, but I know we can put our heads down and get this accomplished. I hope to see it completed by end of summer, if not sooner.
Thanks, Cheryl. I'd be happy to serve on it.
Thank you, Susan.
Even though Susan's going to be on the committee, I'll do it.
Thank you both. I appreciate that. And then the second goal is to write a village compensation policy that will assist in the administration and management of all our compensation incentives. We really need to draft clear policies to ensure compensation is fairly and equitably applied to all employees and new hires. This committee, we'd like to ask Councillor Jackson and Councillor Salas to be a part of that, if they would accept the task. And again, as soon as the rest of the committee members are identified, we'd like to kick this off very early in February. We'll also meet on this committee bi-weekly. We need to develop policies around, as I said before, administration and management of compensation for village staff. We need to look at and update our incentive plan. Some of that seems to be outdated to me. Some of the certificates that are listed in there cannot be obtained anymore. And there may be other things that we want to add as a group. We need to look at how we apply the end of probation increases and the service credit increases, as well as longevity pay. And then I'd like to develop policy on how do we fairly apply experience pay. When we have someone coming in, I'd like to draft a chart on years of experience equals X amount. And then how to apply incentive pays for employees who earn certifications. And then this on C, draft a salary schedule with steps for employees who choose to strengthen skills by earning those certifications. Last year, Tim drew out on a whiteboard, if you all will remember, a chart where the employee can move to the right with longevity and then moves up the scale with certifications. And if we can get that put together, we can put that with employees' job descriptions when we're onboarding, and they can really see what they're capable of achieving over time. And once the compensation policy is drafted, obviously we would finalize changes, have that reviewed by legal if needed, and then add that to the to the personnel policy.
Mayor, if I may, Cheryl, if I can interrupt for a second, one of the things I think we need to add in here, and I believe Councilor Letterman brought it up, is a process of ensuring that we're staying competitive within the respective positions. I know that what she brought up to me is that she did have a concern that we haven't been competitive with the dispatch positions, and we're having problems filling those positions. So, you know, I think a procedure like that needs to ensure that we're doing some type of industry evaluation and seeing what other people are doing, and then a process of evaluating that. So, Mayor, I just wanted to put that in, you know, after Councilor Letterman did talk to me about specifically about that department, but I think it needs to be a process that is applied across all positions.
I agree, but it always never fails to shock me, dismay me, that we bring up that very topic, and then we look at the pay salaries and the wages and the way we were moving things up, and it's going to be unaffordable in a few years. So we've made an adjustment in that fashion, and then when I sign these PANs, I find out that an individual's getting a COLA. I mean, instead of getting a 4% or 5%, they're getting a 9% or 12% raise. Are these budgeted in? I'm not saying that they're not warranted, but I want to make sure that we've looked at the longevity, not just of the individual, but of the organization. Is it attainable and is it maintainable? Because where we were at, we were not going to be able to maintain. So I don't want to end up like, what was the town in California that went broke?
Which one?
Oh, well, one of the towns in California, I don't want to look like those guys.
Yeah.
I just want it to be secure, and then the para options that the state forces, you know, on us, that we're able to afford these things, and we want to keep our salary. You know, one time we were over 70% of revenue. That's not maintaining. You know, I just want to make sure that we keep a business sense about us, and that we operate from that paradigm, that, you know, it is going to be taken care of. So I'd like to be able to look at these things, and when we put them in stone, that it is brought out to the whole council, all the aspects of the employee's pay, because it's very irritating that when we work so hard to get a COLA, then we find out that, well, they get this or they get that. There's all these other bennies that are on top of this that are really money. And so I want to make sure that all those things are encompassed so that the council understands that, of what we are providing.
And Mayor, thank you. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I believe that hopefully Chief Hooker will have some different places that is comparable with Ruidoso, the pay requirements of the consolidated dispatch to see where we stand. So I totally understand where you're
Well,
coming
and I'm
from.
looking forward to the marketing program where we're selling lifestyle for the police department that we've talked about. And, you know, one thing that I always come back to is like the streets department and the water department, the guys that are digging in the hole on the coldest and hottest of days are the least of those that are paid, so.
It's the same thing at the bank on the teller line when you're dealing with thousands and thousands of dollars and you have to balance to
Every day.
zero, and they get paid the least money. So I totally understand where you're coming from, but sometimes, just from my perspective, in the workforce, is that you get what you pay for. And so hopefully we can just at least look at it.
Well, and sometimes, just because you've been in a position for a long period of time doesn't mean that you necessarily warrant more pay. There is a point when you max out in a position, and then you need to move up into the next level of position in order to get more pay. So we don't necessarily have that for the most part, but if you've been in a position for 10 years, just because you've been in that one position for 10 years, doesn't mean you should be making way up here equal to somebody who has a lot more responsibilities just because of the time that you've been there. So,
Gosh, Tim, I totally understand. It's the consolidated dispatch, though, those people work under a lot of stress, and they're not
yeah,
having.
it'd be interesting to see what other localities pay.
And I'm hoping that Chief Hooker has that information.
Right, and I get a report for our organization of nationwide and within the state, but then for our county, then there's a percentage. So like, we're at 89.3%. So whatever that dollar amount is that they say this comparable position pays, we take 89.3%, and that's what it's adjusted down for our economy. I don't know if we have access to those types of reports through the village, but.
Mayor, Council, those recommendations are made in the evaluation that we do. And, I think we also need to, take a look at what other local positions are, because part of our competition for workforce is all the other local industries too, and we don't want to push that to where we're causing inflationary issues as well. So we need to be careful on how we handle it, but this committee will go through a process of taking all the things that you're talking about into consideration, and then make sure that we develop that chart that ties back to the sustainability that the mayor's talking about. So when it ties to that job description, you'll see a maximum liability and be able to look at all your positions, say, for this department with 12 positions or how many ever it is, this is going to be the maximum payroll liability and benefits that we would be facing, so that you can see it long-term. Okay?
Perfect.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, and then,
Just one thing, Cheryl, when we start to develop those and look at them, it gets pretty tricky, and I'm just going to put that out there is, once you establish a benefit that you've given, how you handle changing that policy, gets pretty tricky, because then you start to deal with the Laudermill Act. And the Laudermill Act is a taking of what develops as a property right in public employees. So oftentimes how we handle those procedural changes, we need to be very careful with, right, Zach? Or we can create other problems unintentionally. And that's one of the problems that I have with some of the procedures and how they're set up. Some of the legal position that I've heard in the past doesn't really work well with what I've seen. And for instance, and Zach and I are both reading over the disciplinary procedures. Over here, it talks about being able to take 3 days suspension without going through a due process. Well, you can't take any property right from a public employee once or after a year or after they reach a probationary period without giving them their due process. So there's just things like that that, we need to be very careful with, and we need to make sure that we stay up with current law as it applies. And, this COVID thing is even thrown just a whole different, level of touchiness on how we approach things. So I just wanted to put that out there because, these documents really govern on how effective we are working with employees and encouraging them to increase performance and whatnot and decrease bad behavior.
Well, and as we plan for next year, we also have to remember this fiscal year, we had $1.50 minimum wage increase. Next fiscal year, we have another $1 increase. So those are some of the things when we're looking at the dispatchers, for example, because then your minimum wage and their salaries are starting to come this way. So.
Mayor and council, in the evaluation that we had conducted shows that it doesn't impact our current employees with the current raises, but that's a policy decision. So, if you want to take a look at the scale, then how equitably are we going to change that? But if we just, the increases hit us directly, that wouldn't affect any employees at this time.
We moved everybody incrementally so that we maintain that scale.
Yeah.
And it's $3,000 an employee for a full-time employee at $1.50. It starts adding up.
Plus benefits.
Plus benefits and plus employer taxes, plus everything else.
So it's a lot to consider, and that's why with both of these committees, we've actually put a team together to work with Zach on helping those committees guide this discussion. And I'm asking Dina Holcomb to assist, and Steve Shaner both. Steve does a lot of work with the municipal league, which is our risk manager, so it's a proactive approach. And then with Dina Holcomb, she has vast experience in employee-employer relations. So I just want to disclose that those are the two team members that we've chosen to work with on the legal side.
It would be really interesting to know how many of our employees, directors, live in Ruidoso, and how many of them live outside of Ruidoso. Because on one of the mayor's radio shows, he was talking about workforce housing to where, the people that work in Ruidoso live outside of Ruidoso, and their tax dollars are going to another place. We are paying them, but they're living in a whole different community.
Okay. Well, some of their tax dollar, not all of it.
Well,
Give me one tax dollar that ain't besides GRT.
GRT, for the most part, gas tax, more than
Well, did you see how much the gas tax we get? It's
Well, I know,
negligible.
but I'm still saying taxes. I mean,
Where it counts.
there's no income tax that's affecting us. Property tax, if they're renting, whatever. Man, for some people, it's a lifestyle choice that they want bigger, more open areas. So, but yeah, no, it's interesting to know that, just like I think Ruidoso Downs looked at their employees at one point, and a big bunch of them were living in Ruidoso. So it's interesting how people work in one community but live in another one.
it's just, and I totally get, we have to be careful about raising, just like the mayor said, you get to a point of where you're over the top, but if benefits and all that are important, but to a lot of these employees, it's what's coming into my bank account so that I can pay for food and gas and electricity and,
The benefits don't pay the bills. They don't necessarily understand the benefits. And I left a job one time. I worked for Xerox. Excellent benefits. Pay sucked. And, you need the money to pay your bills. So I understand that completely.
just another point.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. Or
No. We're actually in agreement.
Now you did it.
What, John?
I said, now you did it. You agree.
To the point of Tim's watching out, that we can inflate the market, because I feel like that from the jobs that I see and some of the people I talk to, the Village is one of the best paying employers there is.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and with the best benefits, and.
Absolutely, there's
And
no
so,
doubt.
you know, we need to be super careful with that, because it's the people that pay the bills, and, you know, and then it's the GRT, and it's all the other things that we're looking at. But I'm a firm believer, you know, with the employees, and that's one thing I hope I made very clear in the presentation last night, was that we're able to make these big jumps and leaps and improvements because of the quality of the employee that we have. So, but it is very disheartening when you get one that's a turd and you can't get them to go in the right direction. So I want to figure out, well, how big a whip do we have to put into the policy, Cheryl? To make sure that we are able to either get them to come along with the rest of us or go somewhere else.
Well, I will add one thing, going back to the new evaluation process. I've had a lot of directors tell me that having that opportunity to meet with people more often throughout the year has really helped decrease some of those disciplinary and behavior issues that they were seeing. So that's a plus on the new process.
I think so too, because I don't get the phone calls, the crapping, the complaining that I used to get at all. And when I see those people, they seem a lot more content with their position. So I know some of the things that we're employing are working.
I'm sorry, Cheryl, go ahead.
Okay. Were there any other questions on the two committees that we're going to develop? Okay.
Kind of touched on it and we didn't. Before we go in, as a segue to your idea of these incentives, which I was looking at, there are 4 major ones there. They're strung out over several years. But my concern is, where do you start with a base salary for that particular, what we would call an MOS, or that entry employee? Because I think what I heard from Tim too was that in certain industries, and I was in one of them, we knew within the state, within the surrounding states, and then nationally, a range of salary for that individual, and it was 0 to 100%. And typically you would try to hit in the mid-range unless there was something very special about the candidate. And that's kind of what I think would help us. Because once you have them past the probation, it looks to me like you have a service credit, which is money, longevity pay, which is money, experience pay, and then you have incentive pay if they go on to do big and better things, which is an incentive in itself. I have nothing against that. I'm just saying there's 4 loads on there. Once you get past where you think you want to be with that pay scale. And I do agree with you, Tim. Once you give out something, you're loath to get it back. So it's in stone. I mean.
Mayor, Councilor Jackson, to answer your question, to get you to a starting point, we have a study that's been conducted that's evaluated the positions and recommends an entry, mid, and high point for each of the positions.
Okay.
So we've done some of that work on the front end that you all commissioned last year. So we'll have that information available for you.
And one other thing, Cheryl, when do you want to fire up with this? You said early February.
I would say first, second week in February. We have to identify the rest of the committee members, but I feel like we can do that pretty quickly and get this going.
For personal reasons, though, I'll be out of pocket until the 8th.
Okay.
That's why I'm bringing this up.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can definitely wait for you. We'd like your input and feedback. So moving on to the third goal, is going to be the creating a succession plan. This was on my goals last year. Didn't get it off the ground with COVID and just normal operations. But it is something that's very important to the village. I do have experience with succession planning, but it's been several years. So I'd like to find some training guides and some templates and get everybody trained on how we can plan for these vacant positions that may come. You know, I know of a few directors and managers that we have that are nearing retirement, some that may be eligible right around the corner. You know, how do we build continuity in those managerial positions? Who do we have ready to step into those positions? So I think that's one of the biggest things we need to look at with succession planning for the village. As well as identifying low performers who may not be able to sustain a performance development plan. And then we may have solid performers who contribute consistently and they're fine where they are. High performers that may promote into other positions and vacate those positions as well. The next goal is also an ongoing goal. It was on my plan last year as well. This is to develop a 30-day training plan for all new employees. That they're given during the orientation process that will identify specialized training they need for their position, which may be training in the clerk's office, purchasing, payroll, HR. Different positions require different levels of training. Not all positions will need that specialized training, but I'd like to sit down with the directors and figure out what those employees will need in those that fill those positions, and then have just a training guide that I'll print off for them. And once that training, basically help coordinate and schedule the training with those departments. Once that training is done, everybody signs off that it's been completed, and it all happens within the first 30 days, so that we don't leave anybody behind and they're not sure how to do certain tasks with purchasing and so on and so forth.
Cheryl, if at all possible, I'm assuming this is all for full-time employees and possibly part-time, but some kind of training for our seasonal employees to do, you know, maybe a day, especially with our policies, you know, conduct policy, the sexual harassment, workman's comp, those types of things for our temporaries. I used to do that a lot when I was the director there, and it seemed to help to explain what, along with what their position was responsible for, but to know that they're a part of a whole bigger team. And mainly for me, it was always a conduct issue to enforce, because they represent the village of Ruidoso. And I know we're dealing with teenagers, and a lot of them know everything in the world, but you know, I'd just like to see that training continued.
Counselor Salas, that's a great idea, and we'll definitely we'll work with Rodney as he has the seasonal employees in his department typically. So we'll definitely add that for seasonal employees.
And what brought that up, Mayor, was I think when the governor was here, one of the lifeguards out on the Whibbit was just jacking around. I mean, he was playing with the kids instead of doing his job as a lifeguard, if I recall that right. So, but I know when Buzz was at the pool, boy, she was strict, and she said, "You guys are professionals, and this is the way we do it." Mm-hmm. So, but I mean, that's the thing. They were trained that way, where I don't know where we slipped in the cracks at the Whibbit and stuff. So
It's just the expectations.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And then my last goal, currently the onboarding process is not very efficient. It doesn't allow new hires to learn a lot about our organization prior to starting their position. In my opinion, it's outdated and it's not employee friendly right now because of COVID, because we're trying to take every precaution we can. So we've moved things to electronic and Zoom. And there's times we're missing paperwork. We're having to chase employees for direct deposits and policy acknowledgements. The recommendation I have is to invest in a full-service onboarding software that's offered through NeoGov. NeoGov is the company we use for our for the application process through government jobs. And basically, we can upload a lot of really cool information about the village. We can, besides them having to, they can complete their new hire paperwork right there through the portal. It'll track their completion and tell them if they're missing something. But we can upload training videos, policies, and acknowledgement forms. We can even upload organizational charts and messages from key staff. The mayor could have a message for employees, directors, HR, council, etc. We can even build in the exit process as well. I sat through a demo. It's a very professional, user-friendly process, so I'm not very concerned about, if someone doesn't have great computer skills. It's kind of a click forward, and it's showing your progress as you're going. It'll assist the HR and directors to ensure all the steps are completed timely and thoroughly, and will allow us to provide a very professional and user-friendly experience for all new hires, while allowing us to onboard employees safely and continue to follow all COVID-safe practices. And it really, in my opinion, it really ties back to HR's purpose, which is to ensure we're the employer of choice, and that we're creating organizational culture, valuing, guiding, and supporting our staff, and encouraging employee empowerment and career growth. And I think this would be a great start to give them a good foundation of what the village is about, give us an opportunity to get that messaging out to the new employees, things that we're not able to give them at this time due to social distancing and those restrictions. If the option is not able to be funded, then I would just recommend establishing a review committee to discuss alternatives. I think, the onboarding process is super important, and it really gives them gives employees a good outlook on their new position and the company they're going to work for. And so we need to do something that will help get them on more efficiently, but also give them a good foundation of the village.
But wouldn't this be good, Cheryl, even after we're able to open up, that it could be, a one-stop shop for your new employees, and then you could give personal touch afterwards, but this would have everything on it, and you wouldn't have to babysit so much as far as the paperwork goes. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, Councilor Letterman. What brought this to my attention was COVID, but I completely think that using this as a tool for us going forward is awesome. I've been onboarded through a portal kind of like this, but not not to the limit where they loaded everything that I know that we're going to be able to load. as far as messaging on our organization. So I think it'd be a great tool, and I am not against a personal touch with the employees. In fact, I really enjoy it, but right now we're just having to do everything super remote, and it's just not been as effective as I would like it to be at this time.
Cheryl, on the training videos, since you've seen them, are they followed by a quiz after each of the segments or not?
Well, and I should have been more clear, but we could load our sexual harassment videos and our bullying videos that we typically send out to staff anyway. I'm sure that we can. I can follow up with that with the company.
Well, I think it holds more attention for the individual, especially when you're doing an onboarding like this. It's just my personal opinion.
I agree. Cheryl, so we can self-produce our own training videos and have those on the portal?
Yes, I believe we can. There may be a limit to what we can put on there, but I know that we can. We did ask about the ones that we typically give out to employees, and we just kind of pass them through the director and they watch them and bring them back. But that I know can be done, and I can get more information on that.
Can I make a suggestion? I know we touched on it last night, but it's kind of the employee is a representative of the village. When they are wearing their staff shirt, when they're wearing their hat, when they're wearing their jacket, they're viewed as being the village of Ruidoso. And I went through a training years ago when I got hired by Xerox. Actually, the first week, you just find out about the company and the basic stuff. And one of the videos was sitting in a restaurant with a coworker and bad-mouthing your boss or talking about, some proprietary information or whatever. And I don't think people really understand, and we do this training with our staff. The kids do not hear you when you ask them to do something, but if you're talking to another employee about what are you going to do this weekend, they'll hear every single word. So I think our staff needs to be reminded of the fact that they are representatives of the village, and there are many ears out in public, that they shouldn't be talking about village business out in a public setting.
Yes, sir, Councilor Kaufman, I completely agree. And I just think, building this system for new employees will really benefit us in a lot of ways, getting some of this messaging out to them and training.
I agree, and it's a consistent message and consistent training for every single employee instead of, you do one training, somebody else does another one, and I'm kind of tired today, so I'm going to skip over some stuff. And it's that consistent message that's going out to everybody. And I think that I was surprised to see that there probably, I'm guessing, are some other cost to this, but the cost of $9,100 seems like a deal to me.
But it's too cheap for me. I mean, I think that, what are you going to get? Will you just download this? It says that there will be online training and the setup. So you're not having an individual show up and load all this. So is it just you're downloading it and then they're going to tutor you through it?
They're going to develop, Mayor, I'm sorry, they're going to develop the software for us. And at some point, when they've got it all ready for implementation, we're going to be able to go in and load what we want, from my understanding. He told me that, I asked what the time frame was to get it off the ground, and he told me that it depends on us. Once they get their part done, he's seen organizations get it off the ground in 3 weeks at that point, and sometimes it takes 6 months to a year. So it depends on how ready and willing we are to get it going. And we are ready.
So is this kind of a package that we customize to us, or is it a customized software package that they're going to write?
They're going to write it, and we're going to be able to tell them what extras, that we want in the software.
So there's,
and it'll have our logo, and it'll be uniform to the village.
okay, but are there other companies that are already using this?
Oh, I'm sure there are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, with some of those concerns, I would just recommend that we have, some of our IT people go through it.
Some kind of evaluation, yeah.
In addition to this, Mayor, there's several different requests that we see coming through for software programs and whatnot. We'll take those recommendations to you all for budget process as well, so that we can rate and rank them and see how we, depending on you all, how we want to fund some of these projects. I know that Ron, also had a request for an upgrade to some technology and whatnot in his presentation. But I just want to make sure that, just like the next presentation that we get to after Karen, we're going to be talking about the project software that we invested in this past year. And I want to make sure anytime that we do that, that we make full use of it. It just doesn't end
Yes.
up on the shelf like the plan and whatnot.
Right.
So, we're gonna, anytime that we have this, I want to try to make sure that we create measurables to make sure that those investments are giving us a return on investment. So I've seen too many times where organizations, buy plans or buy software and then it ends up not being put to use.
Like Laserfish, that took us, sit there forever.
Yes. And I like Ron's plan that he talked about for Laserfish. I just, I don't agree with getting a company to come in.
We're not hearing Tim.
Thank you, Jerry. I don't agree with getting a company in here to come in and scan our documents, because then we don't build the institutional knowledge of how that was put in. And I've seen it implemented in 2 other locations where you get a software company come in and do that for you, and it ends up in a disaster.
You don't know where to go to.
Right, so I would prefer, just like several of our departments have taken that on to and incorporated it into their work culture, that we do the same procedure, even if we have to invest additional man hours in getting people to work on the departments that aren't totally up to speed. So I'd prefer to do some of those actions in-house.
Well, and with software, is it a one-time cost? Is it an annual license fee? Is there required maintenance contracts? Sometimes that stuff can really add up. So we do need to do complete evaluations on everything. And yeah, I've got software that I bought, and it's sitting on a shelf because got it and never had the time to implement it. And it kills you to spend the money on it.
Mm-hmm. And then when you finally do, it's obsolete.
Yeah.
No longer supported.
Obsolete.
Fortunately, through TechSoup, I can get stuff really cheap, so it doesn't hurt quite so bad.
But I really do appreciate, what Cheryl's bringing forward on the onboarding. I recall when I started up, everything was thrown at me in like 2 days and, expecting me to transition in. So, I would assume that, we would try to extend this over a period of time and not try to cram too much into the employees all at once.
Yeah.
So,
Would there be a plan also to utilize something similar to this for other employees that have been here? Because the cultural norm for this and training will be different from the employee that's already situated in whatever job they have. So, just speaking out loud and thinking about it, if you could design a program that would re-up people on things like sexual harassment and employment and those things, that they would be required to do annually. It doesn't have to be a law, it can be done online, it can be done at home, it can be done here. But I think it would help, because I think some of these lessons are kind of lost after they've gone IBC.
I agree. I think those things should be annually. I think every year you need to review bullying, sexual harassment.
Continuing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
and just kind of a refresh and remind.
Absolutely. I used to hate it as an employee, but I totally get the need.
Okay.
Mayor, we didn't have it on the agenda, but I have Isaac, he's in the other room and he wanted to do a little bit of a demonstration to you all, just,
I bet he did really want to do it.
yeah, just to break the monotony of things. So, Samantha, can you ask Isaac to come in for his demonstration? Samantha?
Yeah, he'll be right there.
Oh, okay, there he is, he appeared.
Oh, he's bringing
We're
his
still seeing
cooler.
Cheryl's screen. Boom.
So he's going to take some wastewater and show how they treat it. He needs somebody, Susan, to taste it, and show that it's good.
You're always telling everybody it's drinkable.
That's in this job description, man.
You need a table, Isaac? I can help you with that one over there. Or Ron will help you with that one over there.
So everybody can see, or somewhat.
Yeah, it'll roll up if you fold it up.
Oh, just for TV, one of those commercials? Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
There you go, a little
Just
more.
paste that.
Mayor,
There you go, right there.
Mayor Council, I don't know what Isaac has in mind, but you know, this past weekend I was watching Gold Rush and I got an idea and then I shared it with Isaac, so let's see if he's on board.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors.
Uh-oh, got the rubber glove.
Yeah.
You know,
Examination time.
Mayor Council, sometimes, you know, people don't realize that.
We're starting at that end.
You know, Mayor Council, you know, sometimes people don't realize that, you know, in our water department and our wastewater department, these guys are actually chemists and biologists and, you know, the training that they've undergone, actually, you know, they're pretty qualified individuals. So Isaac's just going to do a little demonstration here for you all.
I think I saw that show. Blocking? Yeah, okay.
Palmer?
So as you
Yeah.
can see, this first one is our influent, and it's everything that comes in from town, from Mescalero, and it's considered 99.9% water, even though it's what's coming in. And once you add air and everything that gets activated, this is considered MLSS, which stands for Mixed Liquor Suspended Solids. And after treatment, this is what leads to the river, which is
Oh, my
pretty
gosh.
clean.
99.5.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, whenever we talk about reuse or things like that, but what we do is we add a polymer to our mixed liquid in order to separate the water from these solids. And what a polymer is, it can either be a positive or negatively charged molecular chain that binds these opposite charges to it. And you've heard how we add alum in order to remove phosphorus in our facility. It works kind of the same way as this. So what we do is we add polymer to this. Let's see if it does it right away. Kind of caught me off guard. I was going to go get a snack. Okay, so that's definitely not enough, so we add just a little bit more.
And I know you're a real professional, you'll still want a snack after this dirty demonstration.
You can count on that. Okay, can you see how it's starting to kind of conglomerate together? So, as we add a little bit more, and like I said, when we waste solids out of the facility, to save space, we add this polymer because it separates the water from the solids, and if we give it a minute, which I know we really don't have much time.
Well, what is the polymer?
What's that?
What is the polymer?
Like I said, it's a positively charged, it's like a chain, a molecule. I mean, under a microscope, I guess you could say, you know, it's very nasty. If you add water to it, it spreads everywhere. It's very slippery, very.
It's not a glycerin base or anything like that?
No, And you know, polymers are used in everyday life, you know, as far as like plastics go and things of that nature. Yeah, just a little bit more. And let's see if we can find it to really separate. But you can see how it's already starting to kind of thicken up.
Mm-hmm.
And once we put this through our gravity belt thickener, you know, the solids stay on top, the water goes through it, and we save space in our digester. And, like I said, we add alum, which is considered a metal salt, and that makes the phosphorus bind to these solids, and that's how we waste it out of the system, using polymers. Not necessarily this polymer, but it's alum. Randy, I think, uses ferric in the water treatment, and we use alum in our system in order to remove phosphorus. This thing ain't wanting to cooperate as much as I would like. But now, as you can see, you know, after we treat it, that's what it looks like leading to the river. I guess that's about as good as we're going to get. But if we were to give it time, all these would settle out, and you would see water on the top right there. Any questions on any of it?
And so that's what happens at the treatment center,
Yes.
or the plant.
Yeah, and we use this polymer in our solids handling, where we waste this out of the system. The only way to remove solids out of the facility is to waste them out, and we add a polymer to it to conglomerate them together and separate the solids from the water. And that's basically, you know, in an activated, we usually, what we do is we run this through the filter, and those filters turn it into this, you know, and in conventional activated sludge plants, it's a little bit dirtier than this. You know, normally you have a 30 milligram per liter TSS value that you can put out to the river, but we're actually putting out less ones and less in TSS and less than 2 in BODs, which is very clean. And that's just an example of what count comes in, what gets activated, and what leaves, and the treatment that we use to separate these solids from the wastewater is with polymer. And that's my presentation.
That's very interesting.
I'm here to break the monotony and
So then after you take the water off, you scoop the sludge up and then you let it dry out or remediate
Yes,
out, and then that's what you haul up here and you let people pick up for fertilizer?
yeah, that's what this is what eventually is turned into compost. We send it through the thickener, which turns it into 5% solids, and once we thicken it up, we thicken it to 18% solids on our belt press, which squeezes the excess water. You know, half of the water is put back into the plant. These solids are put into a digester, and once we squeeze the excess water out of them, that's what we compost out in our drying beds.
So is this part of the flocculating process?
Yes, it is.
Part of the what?
Like I said, it's not really wanting to cooperate
Flocculating.
like gold rushes.
The heavies drop out and they're pressed out and then the water rises to the
Doesn't your
top.
temperatures have something to do with it too?
It might, you know why? Because I left it in the truck. I should have left it here last night.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
it
think,
could've-
I think that's
could've
what's
effect on
affecting it is the temperature.
Because yesterday, it really, and there is such a thing as over polymerizing it. So when we run this on the machine, you never want to add too much polymer because it's a belt just like this table. And you see, so if I were to spill this onto here, the belt is running like this. You know, the solids stay on top and the water just flows out to the bottom of the belt. And if you add too much polymer, the belt gets polymer saturated, and then it doesn't allow the water to go through, and then you send a lot of water to your digester.
So the polymer, it stays with the solids?
Yep.
And then so it's remediated out. So what base is it? That's what I was trying to find out. It's not a glycerin water base or,
No, it's either a positive or a negatively.
so it's not,
You know, I think it's a petroleum product.
well, that's what I was getting to.
Yes.
Is it a hydrocarbon base? Is what
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's a petroleum type product, and
So Isaac, when you compost, you can't use that compost like for vegetables, like squash or something like that, or, oh, no, potatoes or carrots, something that grows into the ground.
You can use it for that. You don't want to use it for like tomatoes, water-based products like watermelon or, cantaloupe, because you might get, it's not gonna harm you, but you might get the taste of that compost in your,
Okay.
in your
But
food.
carrots would be okay?
I would say they'd be okay, because it's not really, water-based.
Okay.
Then again, I haven't tried it, so.
Don't get it the first day.
You know, at the old lagoon treatment plants, Ron and I,
Processes it.
Ron and I, in our previous positions, we had old lagoon type plants, and you'd go over there and that's where you'd find the best tomatoes in town.
No, it grows excellent stuff, but, like pecans, people that have a pecan orchard, it would really help them out, but we don't have that many around here.
Yeah.
But, no, but that's the process. Influent, activated, and what goes up to the river, which you can see is pretty clean.
So Mayor, we just wanted to kind of break the monotony and kind of give a little chemistry deal here, so.
Very, Isaac, sometime, because I have never visited the wastewater treatment plant. Sometime I would like to come down
Sure.
when you're not super busy or, so
anytime,
I'll
just
get
give us a
with you.
call.
Okay, thank you very much.
And, if you guys want to do a group tour or whatever, I can always arrange for that.
He's
I know
busy all the
Counselor Jackson went
time,
out.
shaking the jar.
You get to be
Yeah.
a shaker.
Yeah, we can have to do the shaking of the samples.
But natural polymers, cellulose, rubber, silk, wool, amber, collagen, starch, and a synthetic is PVC.
Yep.
Synthetic rubber, so those are hydrocarbon based.
And take your cup, because
Yes, it's composted for, and during my presentation, when I present my tactical plans, it's turning the sludge to Class A, and what I'm having a problem with is reaching the dryness that is required to consider it Class A sludge. I have a Class B, which meets all the fecal coliforms and E. coli, but it's not meeting the moisture content. And some of our stuff used to sit out there for years at a time, but now we're getting rid of it at a higher pace now, and it's only lasting, maybe half a year or even months now. But that's all I have for you guys.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yay!
I wish we would done a little bit better, but
Get you a snack.
thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to kind of point that out because, some of these guys are chemists and they are biologists and, people just don't, realize that, but we have some great employees here, great, expertise and technical experts in the areas. So, thank you, Isaac. Moving on, Mayor, the next presentation is going to be from the Capital Projects Department. So, Karen, are you available?
I'm here. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go over my listing of goals for the year. I would like to start off by saying that I appreciate the opportunity. I've been in this position as the Capital Projects Manager for a year now, and it's been a great deal. I mean, I have a great staff, Courtney and John. They do a lot of help. I mean, they provide a lot of assistance with this and just putting the structure together with the guidance of the village manager and the finance director. They've given me the support and the guidance to be able to put this department together, and I appreciate that opportunity. My first goal that I've listed, and they're not in any really prioritized deal, is to secure the remaining 155 easements for the hazard mitigation phase of the sewer line project. Our staff, along with High Watermark, have been working diligently on this, and We made a lot of progress, and then we've had to take a couple of steps back to regroup, to get some changes that Molson had provided for the easement exhibits. So anyway, with that, even when we obtain, I think my last report that I gave on the easements, we were up to 35 easements on the hazard mitigation. That's where we're getting close to 60 on that. But with that, we also have to take into consideration that we also get easements in with no signatures, not notarized, or not a signed W-9. So it's always a chasing game to go back out and contact the property owner and get back those documents that were needed. So, with what we get in and what I have to send back out, it's a constant chasing game. But I really do believe that we're going to make great headways here in this next month, as that's going to be my priority, and I'll be dedicating my whole time to that. So that's going to be, we're hoping to get all the easements secured so that we can actually get the procurement up and going. I have here that we're hoping to have that all secured and get the procurement out by July. That's the goal. The second goal is to get the procurement for the lift stations up and going, which I have already contacted Moles and Corbin to start working on the procurement docs, as you all have agreed or gave direction through the village manager to proceed with the separate procurements for the lift station and hazard mitigation. With that, we have to get that document put together, and like Jerry was explaining in his presentation to the council, FEMA has already, or Department of Homeland Security has already approved the initial lift station procurement that went to them. We will be sending a revised, which will only include the COVID-19 changes that we have for that procurement. So with that, we're hoping to get that approved and back from FEMA to be able to go out for procurement here in March, no later than April, we're hoping. And I predict that to be sooner, because we do have the securements, we have the easement secured for that project, in the exception of one, which we've already made contact and they're agreed to sign. So I feel pretty confident that we'll be able to meet that goal. The next goal is to actually proceed with the hazard mitigation procurement, which I just went over with the easements, and we're hoping to get that in place May or June, and the procurement with the ending date of September, October, and have a contractor on board by then. We want to also improve our change order management with the direction of the village manager. And he referred to this earlier, by implementing risk management. And so we want to implement risk management for all of our evaluations on construction contracts and projects. With that, as you know, there's 5 steps to the risk management process, and we're hoping to be able to implement that and bring to you all in future change orders a much more organized and valid change order process for you all to review. The 5 steps to the risk management for the change order process will be to identify the risks, exposure, to analyze it, to control it. The next step would be to finance it, and then the 5th method would be to monitor or revise as necessary. So we are putting together a checklist to start that. And the first thing we want to start doing is making sure all of our department heads have the access to all, having an engineer on board to help them with putting together the scope of work for any services that we're wanting to go out for procurement for. Ron and Tim have contacts with the PTAP department, which will provide us guidance and help us.
Karen,
John,
Karen,
yes.
just real quick, PTAB is a professional technical advisory board.
I apologize for that. Yes, the acronym thing. Yes, John had reached out previously to them, and the comment that he had gotten was that we weren't getting much feedback because most of the engineers that do these reviews didn't want to work on our stuff because they want to be able to bid on or put in for the RFP. They wanted to make a submission. So with that, we're going to have to, I told John we would sit down and get some contact information and see what we need to do to get that streamlined. But that's the feedback that he had received, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Mayor and Karen, that's a pretty common feedback that you get, but you identify, the people that are on that, all the engineers throughout the state are, part of their professional conduct is to participate in that process. So what you do is identify a engineer that may be on the, far reaches of the other side of the state or whatnot that aren't going to be bidding on a project and ask them to serve as your advisor. And they help you in the development and evaluation process of those. So, I think Ron's, you've probably gone through the same process, right, Ron? So sometimes you have to reach out and engage those people. And oftentimes for them to fulfill their continuing education, that's part of the process to participate in that. So it's just a matter of finding a PTAB advisor that's willing to help you and it's a voluntary process. And isn't interested in bidding on any of your projects.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. We'll proceed with that. But that's, I think that will be very helpful for our directors in putting together the RFP for any services that they would be needing. And the final goal that I have is to consolidate, review, and track all the agreements to ensure that procurement policies are followed and documented. And by tracking these, we will be able to determine when and if expenditures require a procurement before the contract ends. So what's happening is, a lot of contracts that we have for services, if they have, whether they've gone through a procurement or not, once they receive or once they get to their third renewal, or if they start reaching that $60,000 threshold in a year, then we have to make sure that we have followed procurement policies and either go out for procurement and or renew their contract. So we want to be able to play or become a more active role with the department heads and develop with the development and review to identify all these procurements. The whole context is, and I like to use this as an example, is that when a department head asks or requests an assistant to help him get quotes or, if they're needing to put together some kind of procurement, I've asked them or will be asking them to utilize the procurement department more because John has resources for these types of deals. If they're needing 3 quotes and they don't know, what vendors do that kind of work, John has access to state listing contracts, CES contracts and such. So we'll be putting out some more information to our department heads to make sure that they utilize and use that resource because we're there to help them. And this will also help them with us tracking and already knowing what procurements need to happen before they need to happen so that we don't run into any kind of issues of maybe possibly violating any type of procurement policies. So with that, if you have any questions or if the council or mayor has any other items they would like to see or us improve on, I'm open to any of your suggestions.
I think we're good. Do you have something? Anybody?
Nope.
Mayor, Council, maybe we can move into this next presentation because it's tied to capital projects, and then we can revisit that question.
Okay.
This is the dashboard that we've been working on over the last year for
Okay.
capital projects. But, I think Karen and her group has done a great job of keeping track of the projects and making sure things are staying on track. And then this is just another tool for the council to kind of take a look at, and there's certain controls that we can put on it so that the public can access and see projects and how they're progressing as well. So, Karen?
Tim, did you want John to do the presentation now?
Yes, it's up next.
Okay.
Now, which presentation you talking? I got Eric.
I got Boyd.
Resource.
I've got Eric too.
Number 3 is on the agenda is a capital projects dashboard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Tim, I'm gonna get John to jump on. We were under the impression that would happen afterwards, so he'll get on real quick.
Yeah, and on the agenda, we had you listed, and then it goes into item number 3, presentations on capital project dashboard.
He's getting on now.
Towards the back.
Yeah, thank you.
And then is Courtney's presentation after that?
The pink tab.
Mayor, I don't believe Courtney's going to be presenting. It'll be Eric after that.
Well, I know how much she likes to present, so I thought probably she'd want to do a presentation.
I can put her on.
She's been getting better all the time.
She just went running down the halls.
Running those capital projects meetings. Every 2 weeks, she presents on capital projects.
Yeah, she's doing good.
Okay, John, whenever you're ready, if you want to just share your screen, we can.
Mayor and Council, just, are you finding this useful, our procedures here that we're using today? And
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
you guys like it?
love it.
Okay.
It really keeps everybody engaged.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, this will be the starting point where project managers or directors will be putting in a new project. And you can, first of all, you'd select on the map exactly where it is. I'm not going to go through all that, but you would outline exactly the geographical area. You go through and there's a lot of required information, the exact location, our physical address, fiscal year, title. I'll go quickly through these. It's project type. We'll put in all our anticipated cost, planning, design, and construction. Then we've built in a 3% inflation per year. The project was put in 2020, but it's not going to start till 2022. This will keep track of approximate inflation of what the cost will be.
Mayor, I apologize. Can you all see the screens that he's going through?
I'm looking at the photos, but I can't see. Let me see.
Maybe
Let me get my other glasses on.
what I would recommend is maybe we hold this presentation till tomorrow, and if you all can bring your laptops, you
Got
can,
my laptop.
and if you'd like to, but I think it's kind of hard to see up there.
Yep.
And we can get your laptops on to, if you'd like tomorrow, so that you can see more of an interactive. The way that I think he's going through, it's going to be kind of hard to follow along.
Yeah, I can't read it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time seeing this, the map will probably be.
You want to do that, Mayor? Would you like?
Yeah,
to?
that'd be fine. You bet.
John, let's regroup on this one, and we'll move this till tomorrow's discussion.
Okay.
I just think it's going to be hard to see without having our laptops in front of us. I mean, I can't see that very well, but I have my laptop. It's up to you all.
It doesn't matter to me. Whatever y'all think.
It'd be nice to see it, so.
Yeah. Okay, let's move this till tomorrow, John, if you don't mind.
No, sir, I'll be here.
All right, thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
No
You
problem.
can tell Courtney she has to present tomorrow.
There you go.
I'm sorry about that. Mayor, if you all would like to take a break at this time, and then if you like, if not, we can continue to move on.
What are you nodding? Take a break?
Yeah.
Take a break? Okay, cool. We'll take a quick break.
Or continue without me.
And then after we come, we'll have Eric Boyda and his group. Eric's the team leader for this next session.
Okay, we'll take
Are
a
we gonna-
15-minute break.
Tim, are we going to leave at 5 or are we going to just go until?
It's up to you. Ron, how long do we publish the meeting for today?
Till, I think, 5 o'clock.
We didn't put a start time, we just put that we'd begin at 9. We didn't put an end time.
Yes, indeed.
I would rather start early than go late.
Yep. One YouTube viewer. Tony, this is Lee Crawford. Can I speak to Oscar, please?
Yes, I don't mind, remoting in, but it's so cool that we can network and not have to be.
Hey, Oscar, it's Lee Crawford. I was returning your call.
Hey, Ron.
I'm good, buddy. How are you doing? Oh, okay. Yes, let me see. I've got a strategic planning meeting for Village from 8 o'clock to whenever, so I'll just, hang on one sec. I need to go to the bank and sign some paperwork tomorrow. They need to schedule me a time. When do you think would be a good time for me to run off for like 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
Whatever you would like, Mayor, it's pretty much the same stuff. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Let me see. I'm looking at the schedule. And you have any times available?
I anticipate we'll be out here by noon. We should be done by noon tomorrow.
Okay, 1 o'clock? Okay, I'll have you down for 1 tomorrow. Thank you, Oscar. Bye-bye.
I stopped that man because he could tell he wasn't organized.
Yeah.
I called Karen and Karen said, yeah, I started if he wasn't ready.
That'll work tomorrow. We can see it better anyway.
I didn't want to prepare, I didn't want to bring it up to him in front of everybody, but. Yeah, you doing, Ray?
Making sure y'all are doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing good.
I just happened to be coming this way, and I just thought I'd Make sure no snowman or anything, right now when he gets.
Grab some refreshments.
What, do you have something to drink?
I had one in a little
Okay,
house
thank you so
yesterday.
much for that.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It gets renting out all the
Well,
time.
I've been watching it.
Called the plumber, which
It's
they
the,
can't get over there to do much anything. And,
Good.
yeah.
and then they just called for my PP. Hey Ray, how you doing, buddy?
How are you, sir?
Good to see
Good
you.
to see you, Mayor.
You doing
Hi,
okay?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. I was leaving the office, headed over to City Hall, and I thought I'd swing by and make sure that, like, told him, I said, I want to make sure there wasn't any, like, Frosty the Snowman giving me all issues.
Over here, yeah, somebody throwing snowballs. picking-
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, everything's going good. How are you settling in over there?
Doing well. And I've been online with this all, but just for a short period of time this morning when I had a little office deal going on. But I was logged in, I just wasn't in there listening.
Sure.
But it's all going well, and I was just telling Mr. Dodge, the production coming out is really easy to follow, and we're seeing the screens well.
Okay, good.
All of the information y'all are passing on.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, it's a lot of stuff, and we started really getting into this last year,
Yes, sir.
and it's really paying off, I think, so much. And I was wanting to get with you, and I guess Hooker's gonna be
He's
out
gonna be
for a
out
while.
until probably next Thursday.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to get together with
So safety.
him and you maybe next week, and
Absolutely.
go over some stuff, see where we're going, and what we've got going, and then just want to highlight some areas that we want to look at.
Sure.
And whatnot, things that are going along with, other things ancillary like the horses, and to make sure we're on the
Listen to
same
that.
program on
Listened to
that.
at your meeting last night, the
Yeah,
village.
yeah. That was a marathon meeting. I know.
That was a great meeting. I said in my, I actually was in my room and pulled it in on my phone.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of information there, and we get so many people that don't understand everything that the village does, and
Yes.
the employees put too much into it to not highlight a lot of it, so.
No, you did a great job with that.
So I thought that.
And I saw a lot of good comments coming by.
Do you know John Cornelius?
I don't know that.
This is our counselor, this is
Hi.
Ray
Ray
Lacy.
Lacy,
Yeah,
good to meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
Tim Coughlin over there.
Yep. Hey,
And so,
that looks like a little strudel maybe.
yeah, he's,
They're, 2 rooms down.
did you get the microwave over in the employee room?
No,
You don't want to, he's gonna eat cold if you're gonna. Well, it was good to see you in
Good to
here.
see
You
you.
know Susan Letterman?
Yes,
I've met her at,
it consolidated as well.
Okay, good. And you know Counselor Jackson?
Hey.
He's our resident, medical professional that we tap all the time.
Thank you very much.
He provides us mental health work.
But we're glad to have you and hope things are setting in. And have you had any luck finding anything to live?
Well, I'm just now starting to look. My real game plan is about March to start getting.
Has the wife been in?
No, because of
COVID.
restriction, because if she shows up
Are
and is
you gonna
around
blow
me,
you out?
that's my excuse.
Yeah.
It is, you can't come here because then I'd have to quarantine, and it would be a voluntary quarantine, and I don't have that much time.
Well, and then we want to.
But we Zoom.
Find out what she's, her plans are for the future, maybe get her an interview with Todd and Dr. Otero and see what we can do for.
Being an RN, she won't, she looks online and there's always lots of
Always
RNs.
something.
Oh, yeah.
So I know the medical center down here or the doctor's facility across the street. Also.
Good, very good. And have
She's
you
never had a
met
problem.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I did online, I have your Butterfingers at my office. So.
All right.
I was saving it for when you brought
I'll
in.
be there.
Because I told you I'd always have one.
I'll be
Because that was your
there.
question. That was one of your questions after.
Yeah, it's what's your favorite
Oh, I was
candy
supposed to ask you, what's your favorite candy bar?
Oh, I like Butterfinger too.
Me too.
Yeah, there
You
you
know,
go.
when we do, in San Antonio, I would sit in on the mock police interviews for the applicants before they graduate the academy. And one of the officers, a female officer from another agency, her question is, what is your favorite cook? If you could be any cookie, what would it be and why? And it's interesting to see people say, well, I'd be a chocolate chip because it's warm and it's chewy. And then some say snickerdoodles. And she asked me one time, just in between breaks, what's mine? I said, well, it's an oatmeal raisin. She goes,
Because nobody
I
wants
said,
one.
because it's healthy. It's oatmeal and it's raisins.
I thought you were gonna say nobody wants one.
Yeah, leave me alone.
Well, that too. But that was my deal. I like oatmeal raisins because it makes me think I'm eating healthy.
So what
Forget about the butter and the sugar.
Some things I want to talk about next week is, what are our plans for reaching out, selling lifestyle and all this stuff for our officers? And then have you been able to get with our team tourism, with Justin, to start looking at marketing plans and all that? And if not, then what will?
I mean, Darren may have that.
Okay, we need to get, I want to get with him so we can start facilitating that.
That was great.
Moving forward and seeing where we're at on your suggestions on policies and some procedures and things like that. And then
Mine didn't.
I've actually, I've reached out to the,
Yeah, let's just wait.
New Mexico Police Chiefs Association, which is part of the team,
Yeah.
New Mexico.
Yeah, it's good that way.
I keep wanting to say TMO, because that's what we always call it.
Texas municipal.
TMO, but the New Mexico mission. He has several agencies that are sending me their accredited policy booklets, electronically, in Word format. And I'm gonna look at how many of those can we just, because they're, the ones we currently have are about 11 plus years old.
I'm not gonna be.
Why take the old stuff and try to figure it out? Let's take what we know is workable. So I know
Yeah,
that
it's like I can
Clovis,
do one day, I
Hobbs,
can't do two.
and I believe,
I'm remodeling the bathroom.
there's a third one.
I'm supposed to take
It's supposed to be
time off
sent.
last week to do it.
Hobbs tried to the other day, but it's so large, I gotta have a drop off. So I'm having to set up a
Got
drop off.
confusing, but I have a family member.
It's, but my deal's always been, let's take what works other places. If it works over here, tweak it instead of.
Yeah, now I've got a bathroom.
Have you had a chance to do individual ride-alongs or visit with the officers?
No ride-alongs, so we can't do
Oh, that's
that. But I do see them in the briefing room and get talking with them.
So it's like, and then I need to go get a sheet of plywood,
Yeah, I'm
but I
all about
can't get
trying
plywood with all
to
this
go in
stuff.
and see them check up on.
I want to see what efforts we
So,
can
yeah.
do, team building, breakdown, different styles.
Nope, I agree with that.
We did that
We'll certainly get
I
together.
did the electric.
All right, once the chief gets back, I'll make sure he knows.
Okay.
He needs to get.
Long story short, is make it so the mix is where we
That's good. Good to see you.
Hey there, DC.
Hey, how are you? You're looking sharp, and you got that sweater on.
I have these more aggressive.
That's the deal. We need to get you one, sir.
I have a couple.
Okay. I was gonna say, we should get one and have the review.
Just,
They won't let me get a.
the big old boy that I am, I get a little bit warmer and it goes all day long.
Good to see you all. Glad everything's going well over here.
Hey, Ray. You know, if you want to sit in and listen up, you're welcome to as well.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm running Village Hall actually to go drop some stuff through the slot.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm trying to keep,
It warms the toilet seat. I mean, and it has a remote.
the girl in the house.
Yeah,
I want to say Melanie.
Leave till this is straight.
yeah.
The new,
Miranda or Melanie or something.
yeah, the new assistant for
Yeah.
chief, from having to get out so much.
There's something very unusual.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Plus I'm checking the officer.
Cool.
Making sure things are good. Everything's going well. If anything's happening,
You just gotta keep that,
certainly I got you on my speed
you
dial.
just gotta make sure that hooker's quarantined, let them know that people are looking.
Well, he's doing well too. I dropped his packet off yesterday on his porch. He talked to me through the window and he's
Yeah.
feeling fine.
He did the same thing with me a few times. I was quarantined till 38 days.
That's a long time.
Ah,
Yeah, it gets old, doesn't it?
oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, everything's going good. If anything happens, of course, you'll be getting phone.
Yeah.
Or text.
We have GPS on it.
I shot over, Lady Kawana
Oh, yeah,
for
she said,
zoning search.
she said,
Has she
thank
already got back to you?
Oh, yeah, yeah, she said, thank you so much. There's people like that that I'm trying to get it where they'll call the departments, but I've known so many of these that they just call me to ask me, you know, what do I do about this? And so I said, well, it's Samantha's department, so I verified that with him. And so I don't know, is that new?
It is. About the last 3 weeks, we've been getting quite a bit from her.
That anybody that sells tobacco products has to
This is a
get
good job. This is my favorite meeting.
Is it?
Yeah.
sell cigars,
Everybody.
Yeah.
being able to sell.
If there's anything we can do to
Just
improve on the
talk
process, just let
talk
us know.
amongst
If you
us
think
and,
that there are
you know,
a business and they're selling stuff like that.
hear what other people are thinking and the other council. I really like this.
Yeah, and you like how we keep these organized and uniform and,
Is there a charge for it?
Yeah.
It just turns out the way.
All back together. The $100 deal and all that didn't get pushed down in there.
I hadn't heard of that
All that
one.
back pressure from all these other
Oh,
things
just-
just popped up.
Yeah,
I looked at the water
Thank
closet.
you all for, I know it's time consuming going back and forth between each of us, but we appreciate y'all listening.
Well, and then there were 3 levels to the floor. Ceramic tile, so I took that out. Underneath that was linoleum floor.
But it takes a lot for these guys. I
And
know
then,
he's got work
then
to
there
do.
was like a thin board. Underneath that was 12-inch squares. Well, between that board and the 12-inch squares, mold. Because speaking of commode, it had leaked at one time when we first bought it. We weren't here yet, so we were renting out the house. And I remember we got a call the toilet was leaking. Because then the subfloor is good shape, but that little thin board was rotted out in the back when I pulled it up, so.
Thanks, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Mayor, we have Eric Boyd up next. Are you starting, Jeff? Mayor, we have Eric Boyd and his department up. Mayor, I just wanted to bring one thing up, just to throw out there just for thought. And we talked about, Human Resource Department, we talked about legal. This whole COVID deal is different. It's a different environment that we're having to deal with. And, sometimes, we're dealing with situations where employees, have been taking off, or having to take off due to the public health orders, things of that nature. With all the public health orders, some employees have difference of opinion about this whole COVID deal. But long-term, I have a concern that, at some point in time, and Zach and I have had this discussion, it may end up in a situation where people are going out on their own personal time, violating the public health orders, coming back to work and potentially exposing fellow employees. And at some point in time, it starts to lean on developing a willful act. And I just want to throw that out there for a thought process as we move forward. We really need to start looking at those personnel policies on how that affects it. I know that this pandemic has had a tremendous impact on resources in certain departments, and thank you, Mayor and Council. You've been very open to making sure that we've afforded employees different opportunities and whatnot, and following the federal guidance of giving 80 hours of COVID leave and things of that nature. But at some point in time, there's going to come a point in time where we have to have those discussions on how do we tighten up and start distinguishing between people that are having willful acts and just, by accident or whatnot, but putting themselves in a place where they're not doing the right thing and exposing and then causing harm to other people, and especially in a workplace. That creates an environment that we're going to have to deal with, and we're going to have to deal with that at some point in time. So I just wanted to throw that out there for food for thought. But those are things that we're having to discuss internally when we look at some of the employees and some of the things that are occurring. It's tough. It's a tough thing. It's a new thing for us to try to handle. And it's a fine line. It gets frustrating. Everybody is taking on having to make sacrifices in their life. And then all of a sudden, because somebody's wanted to go and exercise their own personal, what they felt was their right, they turn around and expose employees. And how does that affect us and the resources of the community? So I just wanted to put that out there because, that's something that we've been having to deal with on a daily, weekly basis, and it gets very difficult. I just talked to one of our managers that's stressed out because he doesn't know how he's going to continue to provide services because some actions that one of his employees took, and how deeply is that affecting his department. So I just wanted to bring that out there, that's been one of the biggest struggles from an administrative standpoint. And, it being such a new issue, personnel policy is not really set on how to handle some of those type of situations.
The other wrinkle to that purview also is, suppose you take employee X who has every opportunity to have a vaccination and refuses it.
Exactly.
You just keep rolling it every 2 weeks because a member of the family, a place they go to visit, or a place that they go for commerce or retail and gets a potential exposure. I mean, this thing could just keep rolling and rolling. It's like a never-ending storm.
Yeah, and we get into a situation and we have public employees, a lot of milk kicks in, they got property rights and whatnot. But at what point do employees, and I've had this discussion, since the beginning of the pandemic with the employees, at what point does a safe, healthy work environment become a property right? And, the acts of others play into that. So,
Well, didn't the federal 80 hours expire?
yes.
December 30th.
Okay, so that's no longer on the table. So now you've got somebody who goes and does whatever, comes back, potentially exposes 5 or 6 other people in their workspace who now have to take time off, who may or may not have personal time to use.
Exactly.
And then that's a burden to them. It's costing them financially, especially if they don't have that time, as well as the organization overall in productivity. It's hard because it's through actions of people during their private time that are affecting the workplace. And to me, it almost seems like, you can't really take a benefit, but there needs to be some type of discipline there, and I don't know what. But I think that's something, Tim, that needs to be addressed sooner than later, because it can, with the number of potential exposures that we've had or people who have had contracted the disease, people have been using up a lot of their time, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, I think, because they're going to be running short on available time to be able to use to go and do their quarantine.
And how do we distinguish and what type of effects is it having on employees when somebody comes to work and says, oh, I was exposed to, my friend that I hung out with this weekend, and they, well, who's that friend? Did they show you a positive case? No, but I can't disclose who they are because of HIPAA. Well, how do we know that they were exposed? Oh, no, I want to take off another 14 days and the village should pay me for taking off another 14 days because I was exposed.
Does HIPAA apply to those people if their buddies are telling them? I thought that was medical.
That's not a HIPAA violation in the clear
Yeah,
sense.
and then all of a sudden it's a situation where they feel that they got a right to, not disclose to their employees and who they infected or didn't infect or exposed or not exposed. And all the stress that's causing the rest of the department and the rest of the employees. It's not a fair situation when people are putting other employees in that position. Mm-mm. And it's something that we're dealing with. It's increasingly becoming more stressful because people are starting to look at loopholes and taking advantage of the situation. And at some point in time from an administrative point, we have to put our foot down and say, enough's enough. You either come up with a proof or you taking off you've done your personal choices, but this can't just continue to go on. I can't continue to sustain the organization when people are making personal choices that are putting other people at risk.
But what I was getting at is since that federal 80 hours has expired, if they're coming in and saying, oh, I was potentially exposed, and they want to take time off, it's on their dime.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, but it's still the
burden.
impact on productivity that's taking place.
But
Yes.
if they're exposed and other people have to take off, then those people they've been doing everything right, and yet somebody that come into work, it was exposed, and so now they're having to take off.
Right.
That's what's not fair about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I
If they truly were exposed, you don't want them there.
right.
No, you don't, but it's just not fair. They're doing everything right, yet now they're having to take off either their sick time or their vacation time.
And I've had to deal with it, I've had to shut down 4 times, and the employees don't get paid. and the families have to find a place for their kids because of somebody's actions, and typically.
Like going to a dance.
Well, like going to a dance.
Or the one that was in the Downs at the.
Yeah, well, typically what it is they're going to some big family gathering. The one girl, she's been hanging out with family for several times, but she's missed 53 days of work. And so she was still in her probationary period. We extended her probationary period. You know, because how can you have a 90-day probation period and only have been to work half that time? But
Sounds like a typical employee.
But as a municipal employee, you know, there's certain things that we can do in the private sector that you can't do. But yeah, there needs to, I don't know. There needs to be something that happens. And what that is, I don't know the whole ramifications of the employee, municipal employee benefits.
I get distracted and get off of it, but, you know, we passed HR, and there's just issues that we're dealing with internally that I just have to come back and bring that up as part of the discussion, because it's just, it's a tough situation, and some people are taking it serious, some aren't. They think that they have a right to, you know, willfully, potentially put other people in a bad situation. That just doesn't seem right.
Because they say, what's on my time is my business.
Yeah.
You know, you can't tell me what to do after work. I'm here working for you. And unfortunately, that's being more and more expressed.
You're the people that go out of state and come back and it's like, well, I'm going to quarantine for 2 weeks. No, you're not.
I'm sorry for distracting from the conversation, but I think it just needs to be expressed.
Well, I think we talked about it now for a week or two. I think we need to develop a plan.
Yes, absolutely.
Let everybody know about the plan, the consequences, and move forward, because it needs to be done.
Maybe even sign something, sign the plan.
That you've read it and acknowledged it. You don't have to agree with it, but that's the
No.
plan. Okay.
Eric, are you ready?
I am ready. And Tim, your microphone is off, or was off for part of that.
Zach, it's still off.
I wonder if they make glasses for red and green.
There it is, there it
I
is.
wonder if they make glasses for red and green.
It's
Oh,
on.
yeah. I
No,
always forget, Tim, that you have color.
he wants it on.
complication.
When I was growing up, you know, my school colors were purple and white, and I'd show up with blue socks.
So after that discussion, I looked at my hair, and my hair is looking a little bit dumpy, and I'm a little bit jealous of Samantha's hair. I might need to get some hair care tips. So for those on YouTube, I'm Eric Voida. I'm the Water Resource Director. And our program has two separate divisions. One is water production with Randy Kane, and then another is our wastewater treatment plant with Isaac Garcia. In addition to that, we have programs that I run directly, including our watershed program, water rights and water conservation. So for this first section, I'm talking about the stuff that I deal with directly, and then Randy and Isaac will have their own goals and discussion. The first goal that we have is
You muted yourself.
Sorry, that was my foot. So our first goal is a continuation from the last year's strategic plan, is to implement an asset management program. Today was a really good step with the approval of the asset management plan. So this year we'll focus in on getting those next steps done, starting to work on that refinement of our database, starting to collect those or refine the conditions of our assets using inspections through CityWorks, and continuing using our tablets and GPS units. Our next goal is also a continuation from last year. It's to develop a watershed-based plan compliant with EPA standards. So if you guys can think about the TMDL document, the total daily maximum load for pollution in waterways, there's a sister process to that. So the TMDL is going to tell you how much load of a nutrient or sediment a stream can take. So that's from that total maximum daily load. That's where we get our permit to discharge effluent from the wastewater treatment plant. We take from that allocation that the stream can handle and naturally process, and we get a chunk of that for this discharge. There's a portion that isn't regulated. It's called non-point source pollutants. And so those are not regulated in this area. It's just runoff from streets, runoff from your over-fertilized yard. And so this watershed-based plan is kind of a sister document to that TMDL, and it establishes a guidance of how we can deal with this non-point source pollution. And when we get this plan approved, what it does is it opens up our ability to get special funds from the EPA to implement projects that we're already trying to do. So looking at improving our watershed health, improving the water quality of our drinking water, implementing stormwater protections like we're doing at Horton Complex and Wingfield Park and Eagle Bridge. So this will open up a whole new revenue stream, or not a new revenue stream, but a new grant process for us to leverage our environmental SGRT to get additional funds to implement more watershed-based improvement projects. So we're working on this with NMED, the Watershed Protection Section, and we've been having some bi-weekly meetings. We have pinned down an area. We're going to focus just on the Ruidoso watershed. And what we're going to do is develop the front end of the document, and then we're going to invite stakeholders from the area to help us finish out the plan and process. We're actually in a really unique situation, and I'll let Randy talk a little bit more about it because it's one of his goals, but we're developing a source water protection plan, which is another NMED document that helps look at how we can protect our source water points of diversion. And NMED is expressed an interest in us looking at a region-based source water protection plan. And so with our people that are helping us write the source water protection plan and the people that are working with us on the watershed-based plan, I had a conjoined meeting, and they're actually talking to their bureau chiefs at NMED to see if we can write a conjoined source water protection plan and watershed-based plan and meet all those objectives, but then we'll just have one kind of master planning document. I think this is a pretty exciting thing because, it's no different than at the village where you have all these different departments, and sometimes we end up working in silos. NMED oftentimes ends up in that same situation. Some of these staff haven't even met each other yet, that are working on basically these kind of sister documents. So I'm really excited about this. We're looking to have the watershed-based plan completed by the end of this calendar year is our internal target.
Eric, is NMED going to supply any funding for that?
For special projects?
Yeah, for your watershed thing.
So I do believe that NMED, this will support us getting river stewardship funds, but it won't lead into any additional state funds, but it will get us those federal funds through the EPA.
Okay, because last time they said it'd be a good idea if you guys did the UAA, it cost us over $100,000.
So this document is not, we're not paying any money for this document.
Okay.
NMED is switching to, are trying to develop these watershed-based plans internally, because what happens is sometimes you'll have a consultant firm that, say, NMED hires for these watershed-based plans. And what happens is at the end, it creates a, itemized list of here's the things to do. It kind of almost ends up being a work plan for this consultant. They're lining up the goals of this plan to meet to meet what they can provide and charge for a customer to develop. And so by doing this kind of grassroots, let's develop it with NMED, and NMED is going to be part of the implementation of the plan. I think we're going to kind of create a more consistent plan with what our goals are in the village and in the region.
Okay.
Any questions about this? Hopefully I'm not talking above everyone.
It's a little late to ask that question, but go ahead.
Hey, I did define the acronyms for people at the beginning.
Yes, we appreciate it.
So the next goal, and remember that this is a 5-year outlook, is to develop a drainage master plan. So this will look at our roadways and some of our development in the area, and look for areas where there's drainage complications to help us prioritize funding to address those issues so that we don't have flooding and other complications with buildings, but also looking at ways that we can mitigate future flood hazards, and then also look at solutions to infiltrate water, because a lot of times the solution is better to address in the upper portions of the watershed versus trying to develop a big culvert and channel to run the water at the bottom of the watershed. And so this project was delayed. Our intent is to look to utilize funds after the FEMA hazard mitigation project is done. And if that's still the interest for you guys, I can stick with that, or we can look at pursuing these funds for this next fiscal year.
Eric, can you restate that?
I'm just asking, so we had initially proposed to delay the drainage master plan to get somebody contracted for that until after the sewer interceptor line project is done, specifically the hazard mitigation component. And so that's where this objective is at right now, is we're waiting until the finish of that project. And from my understanding, it was primarily a financial decision just to make sure that we had adequate funds to match the FEMA component. But if it's something that we'd like to pursue sooner, I just need to know, and we can try to propose it in this next fiscal year's budget.
What kind of money are you talking about?
Since it is likely to include some ordinance rewrites, it would probably be about 150,000.
It's a tough question, Eric, because we need that done to keep moving forward, but
Yep, we do.
we need that mitigation done right quick.
Mayor, Counselor, I'd recommend that we defer that to a budgetary question and address it during the budget process.
I'll feel comfortable about that.
Okay.
Give me time to think about it at least.
Up to Judy.
Okay, Eric, let's defer that. If everybody else is okay with that, we'll defer it to budgetary
Yeah.
question.
Sounds like a good plan. Okay, our next strategic item is to diversify water source assets. And so this last year, we did complete quite a bit of different projects. The Alto 2 well, Apple Orchard, Middle Gavilan, and Greenwell were all completed or are in construction currently. We're also in the middle of the treatment plant 3 upgrades. And then we're currently in that underground storage and recovery project we're going to propose to implement a research study with the guidance of NMED and OSE to start that permitting process. And so we just finished up the assessment and we're getting ready to coordinate a meeting with the state. We did the Alto Reservoir. We're actively planning the Alto Reservoir improvements. That includes looking at repurposing some of the old water lines to carry water from the reservoir to the Eagle Creek Sports Complex for snowmaking and irrigation. And then we also did finish the reclaimed water reuse planning document for the Joint Use Board. And then right now we're almost finished with the design for Fault and Brownwell, so we should end up starting construction here in, I'm hoping May or June, if we get the Water Trust Board funds and get that legislative appropriation. And then we'll need to look at if the Eagle Creek Whalefield Phase 3 project will be able to fit in the budget this next year. We'll have to see once all the capital projects are laid out for FY22. And so we'll keep moving forward with these existing projects. But I think we're at a good spot to, I think, hopefully be in a good water rights and water production spot by 2025.
So Eric, I was reading the description right here, and I thought in line was the surface water diversion for Ruidoso. I know we did some repairs or upgrade and stuff, but I may have been dreaming it there that we were looking at redoing that whole structure.
So we do have preliminary design estimates, and I believe it was like $1.2 million.
Right.
And so what our next step was going to be is to evaluate the Eagle Creek surface water diversion structure and see if a similar type of structure will be recommended. And if that's the case, it might be good for us to wait a couple years and then bid out a project where we redo both surface diversions in one contract.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions about water sources?
No.
Okay, the next goal is the utility is more prepared for emergencies. So Ashley and I and the staff in the water production and water distribution divisions have been working on our EPA risk and resilience assessment. It's a process, it's a fairly guided process. We're using the American Water Works Association's J100 process for risk assessment. And so it's a six-step assessment of our assets. We've already finished our asset characterization, and then we're looking at the threat characterization. So we're looking at all the threats from natural hazards to malevolent threats. And then we're also looking at proximity and dependency threats. So is there any type of obligations to have a certain staff that only these staff have the training that's necessary to operate certain assets? Or is there a specific part that we really need, and we need to make sure that we have enough distributors on record that in case if we have difficulty getting this part, we can find it from someone else. And so now we're working on the asset threat pairs and analysis. It's a special tool that the EPA has put out. It's called the VSAT tool, and that's one acronym that I'm not going to be able to tell you what it is. I can't remember it, but we did look it up the other day. So from this assessment, once we're done with that, we're going to create a water utility emergency action plan. And where the J100 process is recommended that we don't utilize a contractor for this process. So it's been a interesting effort in trying to learn how to do this along the way. But Ashley and I have both attended some trainings that were conducted by the AWWA on how to do this. And by doing it in-house, it makes sure that we have ownership of the plan and that we'll actually execute the improvements that are recommended from it. And so we'll be sharing the risk and resilience assessment before the end of June. And then the emergency action plan is due no later than 6 months after certification of that assessment. So for sure, this will be completed by the end of the year. Currently, the EPA just requires this for the water utility, but we're going to be voluntarily doing the same assessment for the sewer and wastewater treatment plant. We just won't be submitting any of the documentation to the EPA because we do think the process is going to help us in preparing for emergencies and building some resiliency into our system. Is there any questions about the risk and resilience assessment?
Eric, under the ending date, you have risk assessment certification no later than 6/30 and ERP no later than 6 months after certification. What's ERP? Or is that
That's the emergency, I'm sorry, it's the emergency action plan. That should be EAP.
EAP, okay. Thank you. All these acronyms, trying to keep them straight.
Sure. Okay, so with that, that's a completion of those high-arching goals for the department. And then we can go into Isaac's for the wastewater treatment plant division. Isaac's still in the building.
I don't see him.
Don't see him.
Has Isaac left the building?
Sorry, I sent him a text. Let's jump to Randy. Randy is there with the water production.
No, wait.
Isaac. Where's Isaac?
Isaac's on his way.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys want me in here? Yes.
Sure. You sat in the right place. You were right in between the screens. We couldn't see you.
Oh, wow, you could see me the whole time?
No, we couldn't.
Oh, man. That's embarrassing. All right. Okay, Mayor, councilors, Manager Dodge. So my 5 goals are, the first one is to maintain effluent quality, and that's a daily operation, 365 days a year. I haven't had any violations since the implementation of this plan. I have had one violation back in 2018, August, when we had all the rainfall and it diluted out the facility, and it was on my nitrogen, which was remedied immediately, and I haven't had any ever since then. We haven't had any violations of any of the NPDES TMDLs other than that one nitrogen in 2018. My plan is just to upkeep those daily operations and try to run the plant as efficiently and as I possibly can. Any questions on that first one?
No.
All right. My second one is to, what I was saying earlier, develop and implement Class A sludge management plan. And like I said, I do all the testing on it, on the sludge after it's been composted, and we are well below the E. coli limits and fecal coliform. It's just that moisture content that I can't get up to above 75%. And that's just the climate that we're in. We're in Roswell and Las Cruces. You can really, get it to that point, but not up here. It's a little bit more of a challenge. I have a piece of equipment that I can windrow it with, and it's whenever it breaks down, we got to wait for parts, and we do turn our sludge daily and try to dry it out as much as we can, but to meet that 75% is very difficult. But I have another plan that I'm going to try to do, and I'm going to write it in the sludge management plan, which I should have complete by 12/31/21, so I'll have it before then, which I've already started on it, but that's my plan for that. Any questions on that one? All right, so the next one is develop spare parts and asset management program. And that's just to keep spare parts, maintenance records. I have spare parts for all the big ticket items at the facility that keep me in operation. What I want to do is implement it into CityWorks. We've already started using it, and what I want to do is put everything on CityWorks. That way we can have a better understanding what we do use and what we don't use, such as seals or some of the smaller things whenever we repair things. But that's my plan on that asset management. Like I said, we've been doing it since the plant was put online. We've been purchasing all the big ticket items like the influent pumps, all the mixers, everything that keeps the plant running. So we have spare parts on all that. We actually have more than one just in case the other piece of equipment fails. We have another spare piece of equipment that we could put in and keep the facility running at all times.
And Isaac, so in CityWorks, we have an add-on that's included in our enterprise license. It's called Storeroom. And Storeroom is where you can keep track of inventory parts in CityWorks. And then when you pull parts off the shelf as part of a work order, it will deduct that from your inventory. So this next fiscal year, I was going to ask for some funds to have a consultant help us set that up, because it will involve entering in a lot of data entry to get all of the parts that we maintain in the wastewater and water utilities.
Yeah, and this year, we're actually going through all of our inventory with a fine-tooth comb because we have a lot of spare parts from the old facility and old pieces of equipment that we don't use no more. And we're just going to either put that in auction, or I'm running out of space to put it, but we're just going to get rid of it and just use inventory everything that's for the new facility and what we use currently. Any questions on that? All right, the next one is implement the digital work order system, which is the CityWorks. It's basically a work order system, and we have been using it daily. We have so many moving parts, so many pumps, so many motors, and it's hard to put everything on the city works. That way you can look it up on a map and pinpoint exactly where that piece of equipment is. So that's still in the process of getting ironed out, but we are putting in daily work orders in it just to keep track of everything that we do out there at the facility. And we're finding it to be, it's pretty good. It keeps track of everything and logs everything that you can go back and fall back on if you have any kind of doubts or any kind of questions on anything that you've done. Anything on that? All right. So the next one is kind of a touchy one. Develop a 5-year plan to expand the plant operations into the last 2 basins in conjunction with the sewer line extensions implemented by the JUB. And we could add another, million-gallon capacity. I'm starting to kind of see with what we've already done with the sewer line restoration that our concentrations are going up, and I am having to waste more out of the system in order to keep the facility running and meeting permit. It's going to be interesting to see at the end of the project to see exactly how the facility is going to run. But I've already been, we're having to stay on top of it, do a little bit more lab analysis just to see where we stand every day. But like I said, I think I have it for the next, maybe by 2024, possibly get it done. We'll just have to see. Like I said, after the sewer relocation program is complete, I'll be able to tell exactly what we need to do to keep the facility running. And
Why would that, you see more product coming?
because of infiltration. All the infiltration from the river would dilute everything out. And it was such a high amount that it would actually, we had that buffer, we had that clean water coming in with the wastewater, and we were able to. Oh, yeah, infiltration is coming in from the cracked sewer lines, the river water seeping in. And that's where we're trying to.
So as we clean that all up, then it's just product?
Yep, just wastewater. None of that infiltration, the river water or rainwater. Anytime it would rain, I would see huge amounts of infiltration.
Oh my gosh.
That's the I&I.
Yep.
They're always talking about.
But you'll have less volume now, but more concentrated.
Yes, sir, exactly. And like I said, we were able to waste out of our system, twice a week. Now I'm having to raise it up to 3 to 4 times a week just to meet our concentration in order to keep the facility running for nitrogen and phosphorus removal. So as the sewer line gets complete, I'm already starting to notice little bits at a time that it's actually improving the sewer lines, but we're getting more of a concentration at the facility. So we'll see as it goes on if we do have to get those other 2 basins online sooner or later.
Isaac,
Yes, sir.
if I remember right, we've got 2.6 million gallons capacity if you get those other basins up. But
Yeah.
the facility was designed to treat concentrated waste.
Yes, sir.
We should have been getting instead of this diluted stuff. So can you adjust it where it will treat the concentrated in the lower volume and still be able to meet nitrogen and phosphorus limits?
I'm pretty sure I can, but remember, we're on our 10th year of operation, and a lot of those filters were only rated for 10 years. So what I'm noticing is, now that I have more of a staff, we do have 2 vacancies, but we are getting on our filter cleans, and I am finding that I'm having to replace a lot more of them in order to keep the facility running right. And that's just going to be something that we're going to have to face head on in the future, as well as the deterioration of all those cassettes that those filters are in.
But you've had money
Yeah.
in the budget, if I remember right,
Yes.
from JUB to do that.
Yes, sir.
And we have purchased some.
Yeah, we are. And like I was saying, maybe we could do it in phases. Maybe we can it's going to take engineering and a lot of, they're going to have to get into empty basins and put in all the the piping, the diffusers. The piping is gonna be the big issue. Add another couple of blowers and, but it can be done. We already have the concrete work, so all we gotta do is get the equipment in there.
Yeah, but it's going to be another multi-million-dollar project.
Yes, sir, it will.
And is that where we came in with the screener or a picker or something that you were gonna put on the front end?
That was a fine screen, and that is actually something that I would like to do before we do those 2 trains. And you know, that was gonna be $4 to $6 million by itself. It's just so expensive to, you know, for anything out there. But that's where I would start, on those fine screens, because that would keep any kind of debris from coming into the facility and taking it out. That way we don't have to deal with it, and that way it prolongs our equipment for lasting longer.
But something like this, we definitely have to be more proactive than reactive.
And we have been.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We have money set aside in that fund, and the JUB's been looking. We've been purchasing the filters. Whenever there's a bile in them, we buy them in bulk and things like that. But it's that wagon wheel scenario, you know.
And it's the space. To buy all those cassettes, they take up so much room. We have some of them outside, and we have them tarped. We have some connexes that are completely full of filters, but they're just so bulky. Our 2 future basins, we store cassettes in those basins, and they're completely full, and we're just running out of room to put all this equipment. So that's going to be the next challenge also, getting rid of the old and then, you know, storing the new and then switching them in and out.
Isaac, is there any value in looking at strategic places throughout the community and installing like bar screens or anything?
That would be hard to do, only because you would have to go so far down in order to reach that flow. And you'd have to build a building and possibly a little facility in there. But if we were to put that new upgraded fine screen at the facility, we would be able to eliminate all, ours are so outdated now. They have much better ones now that can reduce.
I have seen other communities that have bar screens set up in strategic places throughout the community, so that way, before it hits the plant or other infrastructure.
Is that the same thing as scalpers?
Well, scalping would be a whole facility, like a small MBR facility. And you would have to be able to handle the flow at all times and make sure that bar screen is running at all times and not malfunction, because then you could have a potential backup and a spill. That would have to be monitored by operators as well.
Yeah, normally those bar screens have redundancy built in.
Yes, sir.
But they are effective and not in, getting some of that stuff out before it hits your plant.
Yes, sir.
But I think some type of fix on your headworks would be just as effective.
Yes, I would have actually liked to have seen that on here instead of that, the next 2 trains, because I think that's the next step that we really need to go with next in the future. And I think that'll buy us years of time on the facility, and it'll help those cassettes as well as the filters last longer.
How are you doing on the money?
What's that?
How are you doing on your environmental tax money?
I'm not sure. Because normally we just have our budget that we have, and we don't see any of those other type of federal type dollars like that at the facility.
I thought you and solid waste were splitting one of those gross receipts things.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Yeah, and Judy can step in, but it's split between the solid waste, the stormwater program, and the wastewater treatment plant.
How much money's in that account, Judy?
Give me 1 second and I will look it up real quick. Hold on 1 sec.
Because that was supposed to be what that was for, so to buy new stuff, the filters in particular. A few years ago, we gave a larger percentage to solid waste and took it away from you. We might have to look at that again.
Those are the behind the scenes that I don't see. Well, and I apologize for that, not knowing that answer for you.
Mayor, oftentimes, and I've heard several times that the end, impacts your operations quite a bit, and it's hard to control.
Oh, yes.
So when there's facilities like that, and You know, both, when I was in Las Vegas, you had the behavioral health center, and with the inmates that you have in there, you don't know what they're gonna be flushing. So oftentimes you put a bar screen so that you make sure you're taking out any solids or Q-tips or whatever it is that they're throwing in there. And then the same thing with the correctional facility in Santa Rosa, you have a bar screen, and this one was a step screen, so that, you know, it prevents from overflow. But, you know, there's just different ways of trying to, you know, make sure that those things that we don't have control over, kind of like a grease trap, that you're, you know, taking that out before it hits your system.
Yeah, and it's just like the, you know, the fog that we got the other day, the result was 145 from that area, from the inn, and yeah, and that was off the charts on that one, but,
One of these days, and it won't be pleasant, we're gonna have to do some hard talking to those folks out there and get that.
We built in penalties. If those problems area exceeded a certain limit, we would implement a penalty.
Have we done that?
I don't believe we have that in our ordinance.
no.
We may need to, because they're not getting anywhere close to where they need to be.
No, and that was a big number.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw it, I could see it was gonna be out of range.
They're basically dumping on us, and, you know, if we're gonna get a penalty, you know, why shouldn't we, you know, be looking at that or an impact?
Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I've been noticing more foam in the facility, and it could be, if it was that was just a snapshot of what it was at that moment. It could be, you know, way higher than that. It could be lower than that at any given point in time.
Yeah, but it's gonna, even without penalties, it's gonna cost you more money to treat it. So
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
kick in some.
We need to be sure and keep the documentation on all that, so when we go in and we put that in ordinance, that we have the.
And that's why I sent it in the manager's report as well as the JUB. We have all that documentation.
How do we know that it's coming from there, though?
From the sewer lines and the checkpoints that he has.
I go and physically check it, and I go take the samples myself.
That's the favorite part of his job.
I go and I pop manholes, and I,
Okay, well, you'll have to excuse me.
Well, he's got it broken out. He can check the in or
Palmer
Palmer
Loop.
Loop out there.
yeah, separately. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the travel center, but since the restaurant's been closed, I haven't been able to do that one lately, but once they open, I'll start getting those again.
Restaurants been open?
I don't think, to my knowledge, it's not, but I don't know.
They are at the end.
The end, I still get the
How
end.
about the travel
The
center?
travel
The
center,
Smoky
I don't know
Bees.
about that.
It was open too.
I don't know, is that Smoky Bees at the travel center?
Yes.
I would imagine they'd have it open.
I'm not sure if they're open or not.
They are open.
At the end, they've got everything except the buffet.
Yes, sir.
Right. Road trip.
Any more questions on anything?
I just had a question, Mayor. So Isaac was talking about changing this goal to the fine screen. But I'm kind of wondering if a better approach for this year might be to develop a short-term capital improvement plan so that we can look at these infrastructure needs that are developing in the plant, and so we can try to plan them out based on what type of budgets and revenue we're getting.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Mayor, Eric, Isaac, where does that, don't you have a facility master plan that addresses those issues?
Not to my knowledge. Do we have that, Eric?
Or
I don't think so.
preliminary engineering report on it that makes recommendations for upgrades or,
Yes, and it was 10 years,
okay.
and we went online in 2011, and we're on the 10th year right now.
So I think the facility needs to be reevaluated from a master plan standpoint.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's kind of a good time for it too, as we do these, the sewer line repair, the influence of the plant is completely different than what you're used to. So I think it's a well-timed process.
And Mayor, Mayor and Council, what they'll do is they'll actually go through an evaluation process and look at all the potential upgrades and improvements, and then give us, they'll go through a process of developing preferred alternatives for recommendations.
And we actually had Kubota come out, and they did take samples of our sludge, and and they're the sellers of these high dollar filters and cassettes, and they're the ones that recommended, upgrading the fine screens before we purchase anymore, just to save space, but also to eliminate that all that infiltration of solids that are getting into the filters and clogging them up. It would remove I think it's up to 60% more than what we have now.
Well, that sounds like a good idea, particularly if we can keep from activating those other basins.
Yes, sir.
Do we have 2 years left on our permit?
I think it's one more. We went online.
1 year.
Is it
Yep.
one, is all?
Yes, sir.
We need to have all this in order before we have to go visit those boys again.
Yes, sir. That would be a great idea. And I already have a quote on the fine screens from a reputable distributor. And I brought that up at, I think, one of the JUB meetings once. And but I can always I would say we need to revisit that and just get it done.
Let's see what Judy finds, because you should have some money.
Yeah, I know he
Yes, sir.
does.
I don't know if it's that much, but
Currently, there was 280,000 in the GRT collections, but now that we've completed fiscal year 2020, I will do my calculation on divvying up the cash balance in the treatment plant, and I will give you back a report on how much we have.
okay, thanks. You're short of 6 million, it sounds like.
Yes, sir. And it's only because it would have to also be engineered because of the channel coming into my entrance works building. It was made for three fine screens that I currently have, and this, I think, would only take two big ones, but it would handle all our flow, and I would be able to rotate them as I needed to. Any more questions? Well, that's all I got for you guys.
So Mayor Crawford, I'll work with Isaac and we'll update this last goal based on what we discussed. And then at the next JUB meeting, we'll have a discussion item to talk about this and whether to push it in this fiscal year or budget it for next fiscal year.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate everything you do for me.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Number 1 and number 2.
Hey, Randy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Okay, let's see. Okay, Mayor, council members, my name's Randy Kane. I'm a water production manager. I'm here to talk about the goals. One thing about my goals, they're more long-term, and they're carried over from last year, and some of them will take 2 to 3 years to complete. The first one is to develop a water master plan, and the first thing we're looking at is to develop a 5 to 10-year capital improvement plan, review and update existing water master plan that was done by Hewlett Zollers, and then look at the water model, and that's going to need some work also. We're going to review completed and current infrastructure projects and update the plans as needed. We're also going to evaluate the system pressures throughout the distribution system. And of course, we're going to be looking at a bunch of other items also, existing and future conservation efforts, projected future population, anticipated demands. Water availability, planning period, we'll be looking at that. Evaluate the water system, the wells, the water treatment plants, diversion, wells and tanks. We'll also be looking at the leak detection. So it's gonna be a collaborated effort with Adam and Eric and myself and chief plant operators. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get it right, but we'll be working on it. Kind of behind the 8 ball on this one since we've got so much going on and the COVID came into play. But we are going to pick it up and start working with the utility staff to create the scope of work for the master planning process, develop a preliminary budget to include in FY22. So does anybody have any questions on this one? It'll be good once we get it done, but it's going to take a lot of effort. But it's going to be a good product, I think. So, no questions? Okay, the second goal is improving the efficiency of the water treatment facilities. This one's real important to me because I'd like to make sure that we have everything running great, and having the best efficiency means it's operating the best. So the big part of it is the Alto Crest water treatment plant. With the completion of that and the rehab of filters 3 and 4 at plant 4, this will be a big, important step to increasing the efficiency at the treatment plants. And then the other thing we're looking at is providing additional water supply from the Apple Orchard, the Fault, Middle Gavilan, and A2 wells. And that will definitely help with the future water demands and drought periods. So those wells are pretty much good to go. We're just waiting on a couple items, and we'll have them online shortly. Just to give a quick update on the progress at the Alto Crest water treatment plant, the project started on July 1st with Smithco Construction as the primary contractor. The final completion is still on schedule for January 7th, 2022. The items completed so far is the dock lift foundation and equipment, chlorine storage foundation, the roof, the ADA access ramp, concrete and the railing, the stucco, the access stair and the parking space, the generator pad, the insulation on the inside, and the sidewalk concrete. And items currently in progress: HVAC installation, framing, entry to process area from the dock, the natural gas line, the chemical feed area, chlorine room, and bathroom renovations. Grindstone plant 3 and 4, or grindstone plant filters 3 and 4 are rebuilt and back online. The unique thing about that is we have a lot of good guys with a lot of great talents, and we do most of these rehabs in-house, which saves quite a bit of money. We currently have filter 2 down. That's almost totally rebuilt, and that'll be online probably the end of this week or beginning of next week. That's going to help out quite a bit. Let's see. And then Apple Orchard, Falwell, Middle Gavilan, and A2 wells, like I said, they're they're completed and be back in service soon. We are still working with the AWOP, which is Area-Wide Optimization Program. It's by NMED, and it's basically for surface water treatment. We went through that whole program, which lasted a year and a half, and we got some really good training out of it, and we're still working with NMED on that, and we're going to still be participating in that program. Any questions on that goal?
I just have a comment, Randy. I got to tour Plant 3 about a week and a half ago on a Friday. I was very impressed with the improvements, and I've been harping on a brand-new plant, and with the stucco being on the building, I could be satisfied that we got a brand-new plant. So I am anxious, Randy, once this is completed in '22, to see, and I encourage all of y'all to take a tour of it now. Like I said, I was really impressed.
The invitation is open to everybody that would like to see it, but my recommendation is to do it on a Friday because the contractor works Monday through Thursday, and Friday is a great day. It's slow, and the safety factor is the better part of it because nobody's there, and I'm telling you, it's a real busy place during the week. A lot of moving parts. So, number 3, dam and reservoir improvements for Grindstone and Alto Lake dams. We are basically performing dam improvement projects for Grindstone Dam, which consists of dam drain cleaning project, which is currently ongoing now, and that is the #1 project. And outlet structure and conduit inspection, emergency spillway inspection and repairs, dam coating project, dam monitoring, which we do it biannually, and future regulatory compliance items that may come up. And this is basically to meet OSE DSB, which is Office of State Engineers Dam Safety Bureau. And a lot of it is to get in compliance with their rules and regulations in any deficiencies that are current. We're going to evaluate and correct spillway deficiencies also at Alto dams. We're going to make improvements to Grindstone and Alto reservoirs as needed for current and future projects. The update is the cleaning project and dam monitoring, which is task order 3 and 2, and they're currently going on as I speak. And basically, Ye and Associates will assess project deficiencies, evaluate drain cleaning alternatives, prepare technical specs and contract docs, advertise procurement contract services, and provide project management. The dam cleaning project, task order 3, is currently at 30% complete on the design. I submitted all the corrections and modifications to their specs, and I submitted that last Friday, and they are going to start working on the 90% and should be completed by February 2021. So it's kind of moving pretty quick now. Items completed to date: the dam gallery survey and the portal weir design, which is already approved by State of Engineer Dam Safety Bureau. And basically, we are trying to get all these projects done, but it takes a little bit of time and a little bit of work. Any questions on this one? Okay, number 4, protect and enhance source water protection and quality. Basically, we did a source water protection plan in 2014. So what we're basically doing is we're working with NMED at no cost with Lena and David Torres, and basically going through the whole program or the whole document. And it's probably going to take a whole year to complete this whole process. And then basically They're going to be assisting us with updating the source water protection plan. And then it's going to be updated to the latest format. It is a collaborated effort with NMED, Drinking Water Bureau, and Water Resource Department. The kickoff meeting was held on 10/01/20, and that was basically an introduction meeting that went pretty well. The second meeting was held on January the 7th, 2021, and that was a pretty good meeting. The items that were discussed was source water process or planning process, comments from the public meeting that was held in 2014, action items from 2014 parts 1 and 2, risk assessment, question and directions of new plan, action or active wells and wells that will be reactivated, data sources and system flows. And so we've supplied them with quite a bit of data that they requested. They had a checklist of all the items that they needed. So Eric and I have been working real well with them. And then I updated with the help of Gary Goss, the flow of the whole system, which, wow, it's pretty crazy. But if anybody would like to see that, I'll be willing to show it to them. But that kind of shows all the flow to plant 3 and the plant 4 and all through the system. So
the wells to be reactivated, is that Apple Orchard and Fault?
correct. Yeah, and we supplied them with all the names, and then the like Fault and Brownwell that's going to be coming on down the line. So,
Okay.
and then I did include them in the flow process also.
Okay. Did we?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Salas. So in addition to like Apple Orchard and Middle Gavilan, what we're doing is we're extending the analysis to have any approved Office of the State Engineer point of diversion for our water rights be analyzed, because we want to make sure that we're protecting these resources even if we don't have immediate plans to put them online. We're also, Roger Peary is doing an analysis, and he'll identify any areas that he thinks would be important strategically to do some kind of general protections of areas where we might do future well drilling.
Okay. And I was going to ask you, did we do any deepening on the Apple Orchard or Fault? We're just preparing them to get them online right now, right?
Mayor Crawford, Councilor Salas. So Apple Orchard well was deepened in like 2012, I think.
I think so.
And so we are just equipping that well and Middle Gavilan as their current configuration. With the Fault well and the Brown well, as we redo the surface casing to meet the 50-foot requirement for an annular seal with the Drinking Water Bureau, we're actually going to be putting in a larger casing. So it's going to be a 14-inch casing with the potential for us to then drill a 12-inch borehole. So we're basically setting up the surface for future deepening.
Okay.
And in all of our capital projects, we try to look at ways where, this extra cost to add in this 14-inch versus a 12-inch surface casing, we're probably talking about $2,000. So we'll have substantial savings if we want to come back and deepen that well by putting this in right now.
Okay, sounds good.
The other thing I was going to mention is the wells on the surface supplies are monitored daily, and then John Shoemaker and Associates has an employee that goes out and checks, it's Sherry, that checks the North Fork, Eagle Creek monitoring, Eagle Creek stream flow, and they do the hydrographs, and A-272 wells hydrographs on a monthly basis. So a lot of this information was really important, for the source water protection plan. And we've provided all the data, and we had Roger Perry on the conference call also. So with everybody's input, it's coming along pretty good, and we should have a great product. And the source water protection plan, I believe, isn't that used with or needed with the Water Trust Board funding? And
It's not, Randy.
it's not?
No.
Okay, because I thought at one time that it was an important item for that, but it's great to have.
And Randy just reminded me, for those of you who did know Sherry Fritz, she's retired now. I do think she's going to come up for one more month for monthly monitoring. She's training her replacement. I can't remember the person's last name, but it's going to be Zach from John Schumerick and Associates. So we're looking forward to developing a good, strong relationship with this new staff member that's going to be taking over our monitoring, especially for the North Fork well field.
Any questions on that goal?
Nope.
See, a lot of these goals, they take a lot of time and a lot of work is involved on trying to get them done. But, okay, the final one, goal number 5, is develop Alto and Grindstone interconnects to help meet operational needs. We have the ability to transfer water from the Alto tanks to the Grindstone tanks, but we don't have a method to send it from Grindstone to Alto. And that's one of the items that we're looking at. And, when we put the interconnects in, that's really a godsend. It's really helped us out. It's kind of a contingency plan and a backup. For an example at Cherokee, if the one time the well went down and we were out of water for like 3 days, I believe, now we have the interconnect, so we have a backup. If that ever happens, we can run the interconnect or we can run the well. So to me, it's really important to have these, put into place. What we're looking at it.
Evelyn?
Huh?
Where would that be? Where would you be talking about over?
Oh, for the, I don't know, we're taking a look at it, Adam and myself and Eric, we're gonna get back on this project. I kind of let it go a little bit, since we had the COVID and stuff, and I've got one of my chief operators, Jan Boone, is kind of taking the lead on this project. So we were originally looking at Big D because there's a way to take the water from Big D and
right.
take it up. But we were doing some testing on it, and we don't know if it's going to be a sufficient amount of water, if it's worth it. So that we're still looking at that option. But then we're also looking at other places that if we have to put in a new pumping station or new piping or something. So that's something we're going to be looking at to kind of figure out the best place. So there's still some missing pieces on that.
Randy, if you're looking at going off Big D, that's a ways.
Yeah.
And we had looked at recycling out of the wastewater treatment plant. I know that's further down the road, but would that be an option? It costs a little bit more money, but it might solve 2 problems.
Yeah, I mean, some people, are you talking about like reclamation, taking the effluent from the treatment plant and?
Yeah.
Yep.
Instead of putting it back in the river, we'd just pump it back to somewhere. We talked about Grindstone underground.
Yeah, a lot of, like the Fred Hervey plant in El Paso, they have like 10 injectors. They take the effluent and they inject it in the aquifer, and then they pull it up maybe 3-6 months later. People have a little easier time understanding that as opposed to, toilet to tap theory.
Yeah,
So.
well,
But yeah, that could be a strong possibility. You know, if it goes in the earth, you know, the earth is kind of like another filtration process, so it's easier to go down and then pull it back up. You know, and people have a easier time with that concept, so.
Well, if we could get the interconnect taken care of and solve some of Isaac's problems with.
Kill a bird with two stones, or kill two birds with one stone?
That's not the government way.
Mayor, just to add to that, there was like Randy said, there was the interconnect put in at Big D back in, I believe it was 2006. And Randy is correct. You know, we've messed with it a little bit just to see how much volume we could actually pull there. I think that it's something we really need to look into, because I think that is actually a viable way to take that water.
What, from the treatment plant or from Big D?
Big D?
From Big D, yes.
Okay.
We still have to do some more testing and evaluating and checking pressures and stuff, so, you know, we're gonna try to restart this project and get it moving, you know. But I know during the COVID times, it was a challenge of, you know, managing the people and trying to keep the separation and, you know, try to balance everything, so it kind of put a little bit of a damper on it, but now things are getting better and we're going to try to get it moving again.
I have one more question that didn't have anything to do with this. Our earlier conversation about SCADA, are we still on read only on SCADA?
Meaning that we don't have capability of operating anything, or?
Yes.
Well, like on the tanks and stuff, for example, at Country Club, we have the SCADA hooked up to it now where the tank will drop to 35 feet, and then the pumps will automatically start through the SCADA system on a tank and well package that we installed. So, I mean, it does operate it some, you know, and there is more capability that you can utilize Mission SCADA with. I mean, it can do quite a few things, but.
It can do a lot, but
Yeah.
if you start doing that, you need serious security on it.
Yes.
It's no fun to hack read only.
I know a lot of the stuff, you know, we have it monitoring, like pressures we're putting SCADA on all the PRVs, so we can actually look at it, you know, from the monitor at Plant 4,
Yeah.
or I can look at it on my phone also.
But you can't change it from your phone.
Not too much, a little bit. The other thing is, now with the addition of the new control panels at Plant 4, I have an app on my phone that I can start and stop. I can control Plant 4 with my phone. As an example, I was in Cruces over the weekend, and Terry called me up and he said, "Hey, Randy, can you kill filter 4?" So from Cruces, I was able to control the plant and shut it down. And I can also start it, and so we can do a lot of things, you know, with Plant 4. The other thing is we can start and stop wells also. So, you know, with a smartphone.
You want me to control your pump?
Sure.
Well, that's what do we have any security on that?
On
your SCADA system?
On SCADA, where
Well, what we do is we make sure the panels and everything are locked, and we are discussing this in the risk and resilience that Eric and Adam and Ashley and Erica and I are working on. We do go over a lot of that, so it is bringing up a lot of security items and stuff.
The lock on the panel doesn't keep the guys out of SCADA.
No.
Yeah, so Mayor Crawford, Councilor Cornelius, so as part of the risk and resilience assessment, there is a special cybersecurity evaluation. You know, I do have a lot of concerns about us having too much stuff that's automated, especially through remote devices, and a lot of our stuff, you know, our well field and other assets, you know, they don't really need to be controlled remotely. But it is something that we need to probably look at, including Systems MD or some other company to help us protect our SCADA security, to make sure that we don't have any type of malevolent or complications with our treatment plants.
It does make us open our eyes and look at different things, different scenarios and stuff, so.
Yeah, because that's a good game for,
Sure.
but
I think so.
you might talk to Dr. Lebrock at New Mexico Tech again. They did pretty good on
Sure.
the first round, but I think we need to look at it.
Oh, yeah, I know, we're looking at security, for both treatment facilities. Like I was trying to push for the electric gate. I know that sounds like a wish list item, but it's actually a really important item because you basically control the flow of people coming in and out. When the operators go out, the gate stays open, so anybody could come in. We did install a camera system inside and outside of Plant 4, and we plan on doing it at Plant 3 also. So,
Of course, this is entirely different security.
sure, but,
That's still important, but
yeah,
Gate is a procedural thing. It's just like you want the guys to lock their truck.
yeah.
And if they're not locking their truck, then there's a problem.
But most treatment plants throughout New Mexico have a controlled access point where they do have a automatic gate, and you have to have it's got a little
gotta have
yeah.
a code or a card.
And then you have to talk to them like an intercom system, and they let you in and out. Because I know when we went up to Santa Fe, boy, they had security on everything at their plants. Gate access, even getting into the buildings, and so. But that's something we're looking at also.
Study there on the
I'm
security.
surprised Homeland Security hadn't already said something about that.
Yeah, because they really want you to control, and keep everything safe at the plants, because people could, attack it, or if you take out a system's water or a village water system, that could affect a lot of people.
What if you lost your phone?
Sure.
I mean, if you can do something, I don't know that you could.
Well, a lot of these guys can hack into that system way easier than finding his phone.
Yep. And there was a lot of scenarios that we went through, with the risk and resilience, so it kind of opened our eyes also at different things. The last thing, working with water production staff and utility director to determine the best method to transfer water from Grindstone Plant 4 to the Alto tanks. Alternative means are also being evaluated. The project was delayed a little bit, at Little D, because we're still got to finish up a project over there. But then when we had the Middle Gavilan project, they based their operation out of Little D. And then we had the cell tower tanks, their crew coming in too. So it kind of put us a little bit behind, but we're going to address the issues at Little D also. But other than that, I'll stand for any questions or concerns or. Other than that, that completes my five question or goals. Can't even think of it. So,
Thank you. You have something to do tonight.
what's that?
Now you have something to do tonight.
I never have anything to do.
Mayor, I'm gonna suggest we call it a day.
Is that it? Is that the last one?
I don't know.
Mayor, yeah, we can call it a day. Today's a good breaking point, and You know, they are going a little bit longer than what I thought. We got through 8 departments today and got 14 more for tomorrow. You know, we did spend quite a bit of the morning today focused on kind of rehashing where we were at with the planning processes and whatnot. So tomorrow should be a lot more efficient for us to run through the rest of the departments.
Okay. So, we're quitting?
Or I'm getting up and going. You all can keep going.
I think the staff is leaving, so we meet tomorrow morning at 8.
Yes, sir.
8 or
9 o'clock.
9. The meeting's called for 9, I believe. Because this workshop was, the only reason we met at 8 was for the special meeting today.
Does anybody need their booster this weekend?
I get mine.
Are you scheduled?
I'm scheduled for Saturday.
Scheduled? Okay, because he's texted me, he said they've been running out. People haven't been showing